right. What's going on? Realm on a Sunday, Lord's Day. We back. What's going on, man? Let me know the levels is good. You know, we doing it here. Sinister, what's going on? Talk to me. Brown, what's going on? Dano, what's up? Novat Salir, you already know you first. Peak on Fusion, Hustle and Motivate, what's up? Back from the dead. Raised in the building, Destiny Clan. Talk to me, let me know my levels is good. Crispy Rambo. I like that. What's going on? And my man, you know what I'm saying? Who else we got up in there? Wayhick. Oh man, Wayhick, what's going on? Chilling. Salute. Thank you, Hustle. Appreciate you, bro. I get you back on. It's been a minute, Hustle. We making some coffee, Nano. No doubt. We're about to get the Everborn up in here. Got some Lords that are a little missing in action. I ain't hear back from King and I ain't hear back from Addict, but hopefully, you know what I'm saying, we'll get them rocking. Corey Mosley, what it do? What's going on? Yeah, we're gonna get this joint going. Christopher Hall, I see early. Got the coffee. I got my coffee too. I'm lit. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have a New York thing up in here today, Christopher Hall. It's gonna be hopefully a little BX action. You might like it. So let me see. So yeah, we're gonna let people file in. We'll get we'll get an Everborn in here in a minute, do some mic checks, and then see if I can find King and Addict. Addict was working, so I know Addict, I talked to him, but they was holding him hostage, so I don't know what's his situation. KSI, oh, what's up, KSI? I'll be seeing you, salute. Yeah, Hustle, definitely. I might have to, you know what I'm saying, be on the lookout. You might get a, you know, coach tag him in type situation. Down two Lords. Oh, word, Texas? Damn, I know you was in Texas. Damn, man, salute. Man, you guys are going through it. Send my love, my prayers to the family, everybody out there. It's crazy. But, anyway, I'm going to sign off for a little bit, and then we'll get the Everborn Saga in here. Talk some gaming, talk some New York talk also. All right, I'll see you in a bit. Shout out to my Twitch lords. You already know Justin, Zoe, the royal couple. You know what I'm saying? Dizzy, I see you, bro. I definitely going to. You was in my mind. You was in my spirit. So I was going to talk to you, man. I see you up in there. Super good to see you. You know what I'm saying? I know what's going on. We're going to talk. Still waiting for the rest of the lords to pull up, but yeah, we'll get the show started soon. But I had to give a shout out to a couple of people I just seen pull up. Talk to y'all in a minute. Shout out to $4 Canadian, my friend. Dildo Gaggins. Oh boy. You gotta get this in now before we go live. Official. But salute. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Much love. Pong Soul, I see you. What's going on?
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What did you do?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just super nervous.
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
sick of
going.
this.
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that
this.
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on.
All right, Realm. Little late start. Looks like it's gonna be, y'all. I spoke to the Everborn. He is running. Yeah, everybody. Persian, don't y'all start at 1 o'clock?
We're gonna have to hand out some detention slips.
Yeah, like the Solve is on time. You know what I'm saying? But look,
Miraculously,
miraculous. He got out the bushes. You know what I'm saying? But Everborn hit me. Everborn gonna be up in here in 5 minutes. He was just running late. He gotta do some with the kids. You know what I'm saying? King is in the bushes. I've not heard from King. I don't know what's going on with him.
There's a lot of combat last night.
A lot of combat last night. A lot of UFC last night.
A lot of knockouts.
A lot of knockouts. Addict, surprised. I talked to Addict because I had to go to that appointment this morning. So Addict, Hustler Motivated said, put me in, game coach. All right, yo, stand by, son. You might get tagged in, Hustler Motivated. So, yeah, Addict, I know I spoke to him, but he got held hostage at work. So I don't know what's going on with him. So we going, oh, there you go. Addict pulled up. Oh, just right on time. Yeah. Just in time. So technically he's not late.
Now he could rip in the King for being late.
Now he can rip in the King. Addict, what up? Your mic good? Because we live. We doing the mic check with the round. He's here. We just waiting for him to do his joint. You know what I'm saying? The Everborn definitely coming. Def Mobile, what up? So we're going to see what's up, man. But also, by the way, Rem, there's a lot of fake cognitos running around. If you see any fake lords running around using
you made it.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, oh yeah, you live, by the way. You live. Your mic is hot mic. Yo, like I said, if y'all see them, if they don't got the wrench on their name, if you don't see Iron Lord Podcast with a wrench, Sovereign Addict with a wrench, it is not us. Dudes is out here frauding. There's a fraudnito out there. So just be careful, y'all. So now we just waiting.
There's an addict too.
There's an addict. There's a whole bunch of fraudulent lords jumping in people. YouTube channel and asking y'all to be mods. So be careful if y'all got YouTube channels, because these dudes is out here. We're flattered, but there's a bunch of fraud, so we can't have that. So anyway,
we're not flattered.
We're not.
Yeah,
I mean, at least they could have been wild though. They could have been saying wild, crazy.
Yeah, man. They're not. They give you mod access to put on racist stuff.
Yeah, like they could have been like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Throw my name in the dirt.
Being wild. They're not being wild because their objective is to be a mod, and they're not going to get a mod if they're being wild.
Yeah,
I guarantee you, if some of these people start modding them, they're about to go south real quick.
Yeah, fact. The minute they get modded, they gonna ban your whole channel. Like, yeah, be careful, man. They using the lingo, y'all. They've infiltrated. They monitoring our speech habits and all that.
That's crazy.
Anyway, so we're gonna see. We're gonna hold it. Probably start up like say about 1:10, because we're gonna give Everborn a minute, because he did hit me back and he did say he just had to drop his kids off. But yeah, so like a 1:10 start, y'all. All right, we'll be right back.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. No, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young wolf, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, work to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right, finally. And we are live. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. What's going on, realm? And welcome to the Iron Lords podcast and the lordsofgaming.net, episode number 197. And it's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm very excited about our special guest, and we've got the Everborn Saga, PS5 SoC, XboxFPSBoost, and the NintendoDirect to discuss, so we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord whose combination of talent, vision, and entrepreneurial spirit really hits home as a fellow New Yorker. Not only has Lord embarked on his personal saga as an application developer, but is able to produce 3 comic series and an author novel, all while laying the foundation of a massive video game universe. Introducing the writer and creator of the Everborn Saga and a panelist of MrBoomstick's Primetime Gaming, the Lord of Shonen Manga, and our favorite software engineer by day, but game developer by night. Live from YO and repping the boogie down and making his debut into the realm of the Lords. My man, Lord Everborn Saga, a.k.a. Steve A.M. Johnson. How we doing, sir?
God damn, that was good. I'm gonna have to record that and use it. I hope you don't trademark it on me.
You good, baby?
Listen, man.
You need to, when you walk into a pitch meeting, that you just need to walk in with that. That's it.
No, that's it. That's it. I'm clipping that, and I'm just gonna play that. That was amazing. I thank you for that. I am breathing rare air, and I'm gonna pre-pause myself and say I'm happy to be here with King. King is like my spirit animal. He gives people to work.
Thank you. As you may see, the work is about to get done today because
okay.
Special delivery.
He coming for Attic early.
Special delivery.
Got that skyward sword on deck.
We got work today.
Attic just rolled his eyes.
Oh man,
That looked too crisp, King, like it never got open.
Don't play with me. This is vintage, baby. Don't play with me. Don't come for me unless it's sensitive. Don't do that.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Yo, I gotta laugh at that though, because the thing is, King comes up with the most left field stuff, and it comes to pass.
It comes to pass. I know. It's like, why that game? When we get to the direct topic, I got bars for that.
I'm
because
a prophet.
I just like the disgusted Addict's face. Speaking of which,
What are we talking about?
first of all, man, how you
What are
doing?
we talking about?
We're talking about the greatest Zelda game of all time.
Whoa,
whoa. Slow down when we talk about greatest. That's a lot of competition there.
I'm being ironically sarcastic.
Okay.
I'm not gonna even. I'm telling you, like Cognito was like, we're gonna do the direct of. I'm like, that's gonna be a boring ass topic. I ain't talking
It's
about
gonna
it.
be so lit. It's
I'm
gonna be so
here.
lit.
I'm literally gonna do this.
I'm gonna do this. You gonna do
I
that,
ain't
and I'm
gonna
gonna do
argue
this.
over. I'm not gonna argue with you over.
Oh, front alert's
No
out.
one else believes it.
It's out.
You know, today my day.
If they talk to yourself, I hope the only thing
problem.
inflating is your ego, because they know what
Hey,
we're
hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. We got enough room
First
down
of
over
all,
there.
we got the Everborn in the building, so glad to have you here, sir. What have you been playing, man? What you been up to, bro?
What I've been playing recently is the Medium. I'm trying to finish that, and then I might go and touch God of War because I never played it last generation.
Okay.
So, yeah, I actually this is for me, you know, and it's part of, you know, watching you guys every week and watching Boom and RDX and all these guys. You guys kind of got me back into gaming because I was like kind of out of it in 2018, and I'll get into that story because it was kind of like I was like, you know what, I'm making a game, and I felt like I was playing too many games, and I was like, I'm not gonna play no games until my game drops.
I feel you.
Game ain't dropped yet, but I'm back.
No doubt, brother.
Salute, brother.
Salute, man. Good to have you. And you already know we got the 4 horsemen of gaming who pulled up in the 11th hour, the last minute of the Sunday. With those time-sensitive 5-minute intros, because Everborn is here. My co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict, how we doing, sir?
doing pretty good. Look, I was here, man. Okay.
Technically, you was on time by 1 minute.
I popped in here right at 12:59. All right, and I'm going to hold to that.
Yo, listen, let me tell you something. Attic was so early. He called me at 7 o'clock this morning for no reason at all.
No,
I looked at my phone. I said, Lord Attic. I said, oh my God. I said, are you okay? Hello. And then he's not talking.
Yeah.
No, you weren't talking. It wasn't me. You weren't talking.
Trust me, I was.
We ain't gonna go into that. I'll talk to you
the phone
after
on
the
my ear.
podcast
He
over
goes,
that.
he said,
But you know, for
"You
first,
okay?" I said, yes.
No.
first thing I wanna shout someone out.
What's up? What's up? Who we shouting out?
I want to shout out Hustle and Motivate. Like,
for real.
This dude is probably one of the most supportive people I've seen in this community.
Facts.
He's literally like, it's like you can't get away from Hustle. Like, you go into any chat, he's in there. You go into anything on Twitter, he's in there. And I got to, round applause to Hustle, man.
Yeah,
like,
salute to Hustle because he was.
I'm gonna put his YouTube channel in the comment section.
Yeah,
like,
send Hustle some love.
Hustle, man. Go
for real, because he was definitely getting that call off the bench when y'all was in the bushes. I was like, it's a 2-man show. Hustle, get ready. He's like, I got you, Carl. He was like, tag me in, coach. I'm in this. So you want to get to the chat before I introduce you, sir?
Sure. We have, first off, Regulator with $2 super chat. Introducing one of the best podcasts on the set. Thank you, sir.
Man, salute. You already know, Regulator. Salute. 49 to stand up. You already know what they do.
No doubt, no doubt. We have ATL with the $2 super chat. Is this the real Lord Cog? The internet be tripping.
Yeah, man. Dude's out. The fraudnito is out here with the burner account.
Hey, listen, that's how you know you big. You hit the big time. So you got the impersonators.
You know what's
what
funny?
I'm saying? Like, once you people impersonating you.
No, it was crazy. That was a crazy thing.
You know what's funny when that happened and Cog told me. First off, he popped up on my channel first.
Yeah.
And my dumb ass modded him, but we ain't gonna go into that. So what's funny is like I've had a gaming addict in like these PlayStation podcasts for like months. Like he tried to go over. He's been in RDX like every other week.
Yeah, he out here. He's
got like my whole icon. He's got
they got the icon and name. I don't know how they get the name.
Kid Smooth told me he's been in Planet Xbox a couple times.
Wow.
And the funny thing is, at the end of the message, he put the
he doing
guns up.
He using my lingo, my swag. I'm like, come on, bro, you can't put the guns up too.
Yo,
That's
what
crazy.
if he walk around dressing like you?
Imagine a video up on Twitter with some dude talking, walk with me.
Ninja moves. Be in the gym, ninja moves. You want to gym? Nah, son, nah.
Single white female type of thing. Hand rocks the cradle.
If you don't see the wrench by his name, and you know what I'm saying, you don't see the ILP podcast, that's not you. It's not your boy right here. It's not your boy.
Well, see, like when he popped in my, I just figured, because usually you're in the ILP account.
Yeah.
I was okay. I maybe he was watching stuff on the LordCognito account and he just forgot to switch. Like I didn't think people would go this above and beyond.
Yeah,
like
this is luckily
you gotta check IDs at the door now.
Yeah, man.
And you know what? I blame King. Because King was in the stream with me, and no one has ever went that above and beyond. But King's in there. People's like, you know what? I'm about to try
I was antagonizing his crowd.
And I'm sitting here. I'm like King. I don't want these people running loose in my chat like that. No, let them stay. Let them stay. I'm like, come on.
I love the hate. I live off the hate. Keep going. Fuel me.
Yo, hold on. Let me get Clutch Man for clouding us. He said $2 super chat. Shout out to the 1 p.m. start time. Hey, it ain't my fault. Me and Saul.
No, that was me. On God, it was my fault.
I was on time. I don't know about
I was on time too. So I was 30 minutes late.
Yo, this is the first time I was in the bushes.
I feel
crazy.
You still a negative adder. You got to make up for the hour from last week.
Oh my God.
Shots, attendance. And Wondering Dutch with the 10 pounds super salute. Oh, let's have a great show. You already know the one.
No.
We missed a bunch.
We missed one too?
We missed a few. We got the Living Flame with the $5 super chat. The direct topic will only take 5 minutes because all that was shown was an overpriced port, a new game from the Octopath devs, and another Splatoon.
We're gonna watch our mouths when we refer to stuff. We're gonna watch our mouths today. Watch our mouths.
He ain't wrong though.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. I don't know why Zoom just crashed for some reason.
No, you Gucci.
No, you good.
You've been good. So you just moved to the other side. That's all it is. We caught up, Saul?
No, we have K. Asante with the $5 super chat. Salute to the Lords, always featuring great artists of color, and to my brother Everborn out here making big moves. Much respect.
We don't need a 1 month to do it too. We do it all year round, man. So salute. You already know. What else we got?
After Dutch, no, we have 6 Layer, $5 super chat. Thanks for making my otherwise annoying Sundays working enjoyable. Our DNA 1.1.
Oh,
there we go.
There we go. Hashtag PS5 die shot reveals. Oh, wow. He already, he guns up already.
You guys literally just like it's like you giving you giving King over here the energy
ammunition.
to make the spirit bomb, man.
You understand? I'm charging up.
No doubt. Hustler Motivate with the $5 super chat. Salute, brother. Say something. Say something.
Thank you, man.
You already know. And of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer, who is on time list for the single player selfish experience. And also, the Sastradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Lord Patron of the Iron Bank. My man, Lord Sovereign, how we doing, sir?
Don't let the energy fool you. I'm straight in the bushes. I'm forcing this 100%. I was telling Cog, man, listen, I was up. I never get a chance to sit down and just blaze games. And yesterday I commandeered the television and it was all games all day. So I went to bed super late, forgot that I had to take my parents to go get vaccinated this morning. So I did that.
Oh, man.
And then came back, lack of sleep, stomach wilding out. I'm like, oh God. Man. So I didn't even shave. I was like, I'm sorry. I have to come onto the show uncoiffed.
This ain't his normal suave self. The unshaven.
Yo, it was funny. I was like, I need to put the hoodie on. And I was like, oh, the top of the hoodie, the hood doesn't go over the skin.
Yeah. You gotta have that open neck hoodie we got.
Yeah.
Salute.
So
what was you blazing?
So a little bit of everything. Obviously, I tried out. We'll get into that a little bit later. I tried out the FPS boost games to see how they ran.
Nice.
I finished the medium. I agree with King about the ending. I was just like, I mean, they left it up in the air because I guess they plan on making another one. Yeah, I didn't. But I think what they do well is that they're able to build suspense in their games. Their stories are good, and they manage to tell a good story like in a very condensed package. So obviously the rumors about them.
You know what's crazy? It's like they're the successful Remedy.
Wow.
Yeah. You know what though? One thing I do also got to give them credit for. They're very good with those jump scares.
Yes.
And maybe I'm soft, but
and that's the thing. In this game, there aren't very many. Like honestly, I think there's only really just one jump scare.
Nah, but I remember one. I remember
when that dude catch you.
That's scary because the thing is, they go back to that old school thing of Res Evil, where it's like the controls get in your way. So when you're trying to run, you ever had that nightmare where you're trying to run away from something and you're just running in molasses?
Yeah,
that's what
it's worse than that because you could run. And then your controls get caught from the other camera angle, and now you're running in the wrong direction.
You're running back at them. Yeah,
facts.
So I did that. I got into Hitman. Oh my God,
Hitman. Glorious.
Love it, right?
Glorious.
Ridiculous.
Did you do the old levels back? Did you do the old ones?
Yeah. So I went back to the runway one. The first one. Yo, that first one.
First one's good.
I forget how big that stage is. Like there's so many ways to do things in that stage.
Did you dress up as the dude?
Helmet Kruger, baby.
Helmet Kruger. And then you did the runway. Yo, I was like, yo, they out of control with this fashion bomb stuff.
They're the best. I'm so happy for them. To success of that game because old ones are very niche. These have like more massive.
Yes, sir. Somebody got their mic on.
It's coming through.
Okay, no doubt. Yeah.
And a bunch of other stuff. Like I said, just tried out a bunch of different things. Nothing in particular that really stuck like that. I just was messing around, fiddling around with mad games.
No doubt. And super chat, sir, because more than flew in before we get to
okay, we got. Hold on a second.
I want King to read that. That is
okay. First of all, I got to say thank you, Christopher Hart. I do support your talent and your passion. I do love the fact that every week you are here, come rain or shine, no matter what. You're here to take your lumps and you're here to fight back and hold your ground. So I definitely respect you. I do want to see your name in blue. Yeah, I definitely want you to join, so you'll get it together. Stop playing around. This now from $5 super chat. We're gonna round you up. That's all I like to do. I like to round numbers up. So we're gonna give you that $5. I'm gonna give you that extra penny. Thank the Lords for okay, hold on. Okay. For making sure I get to expose the truth. Series X, no infinity catch, RDNA 0.1. All right, brother. I understand that you're still suffering from the concussion that you got from when we exposed your guy. I do understand that the only console out there is 1.0 is yours. So even the Series X, little man out there better than you. Little man looking like the real deal out here. And when games start being made for the next generation, this generation, because the old generation is gone. you can see how your system really get exposed. It's getting exposed right now. Get your frames up.
Get your face up. Oh my God. You know that topic gonna be messy. We got Pixelbit G, sir?
Yeah, we got Pixelbit G, $5 super chat. Here for the slam down. Look forward to the SmackDown. Shout out to Xbox Series being the only actual next-gen system, but enjoy the PS4 Pro.
Pro.
Man, I
Oh my God.
I didn't realize how serious this
Oh
is.
yeah, that it's a very serious, clearly.
We found out the truth on it.
Dan the man.
Now that I know how serious it is, now I can kind of like speculate where King's going with this.
Dan the man.
Then we have Dan the Man Cunningham.
Love
with
it.
$5 super chat. Thank you for keeping me company on a long, solitary 12.5-hour shift. Jeez.
Oh, damn.
Keep doing the Lord's work. P.S. You start the show whenever the hell you want. That's right, baby.
My man. That's what I'm talking about. Salute.
And we got Smitty Smith with the $5 super chat. Cheer up, PlayStation fans. Some RDNA glasses are just half empty. The Book of X.
Best, hit him with the Book of X.
Scripture
Right,
very early.
hit him with the scripture very early on the Sunday. What else we got?
Then we have Stitch with the $2 super chat. And King, what's the deal with this PS4 Pro leak?
It's the next generation.
Yo, y'all messy. They
Of the
early
same
with it.
generation.
They early with it. Damn, man. And of
I'm
course,
down with it though, man. I'm down.
yeah, I know
with
you down. And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the Excess Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox, king of the statues, demands nothing less than that premium experience, and is the leader of the fraud alert movement.
Ooh.
RDNA2 beloved. Lord King, how we doing, sir?
We're doing fantastic.
You know, I have to point out real quick.
Why did he
Cognito, look, I have to point out real quick.
Why
King.
you gotta point something out?
Cognito, he's definitely down with the two calling you the prophet of Xbox. Don't let Cognito lie to you. Like,
That the man asked for an update to his intro, so I provided
He
one.
did it. He said, but turn the beat down. What the hell is going on with Cable? There you go.
Cable. Let's go.
All right, so yesterday did a live unboxing on DCX, Saturday unboxings. Did XM's Cable. I did Chicken Leg Mall. Check that out. That was a hard to get statue, and there's a little story that goes behind that. But thank you for everybody that comes out and
Yes.
supports those live unboxings.
Dope.
I got to talk about you millennials.
Oh, you got the belt? Oh,
There's
that's
a
what
reason
you
why.
doing.
This is on my shoulder. When the lights come out, I turn your lights out.
What we doing?
For some reason, somebody thought, I don't know, that you can come from my gaming skills like you think this is a thing. And then you can dictate the level of disrespect I give you because you disrespected me. If you smack somebody, you can't say if they pull out a gun and pop you. This is
That's not fair.
Can't get mad at the reaction.
Exactly, you cannot. And I'm going to tell you this. Don't tell me when to stop. I stop when I want to obliterate the competition. Right? 48 laws of power, 50 laws of power if you read 50 books. But 48 laws of power tells you to obliterate your competition and your enemies. So the retaliation is none. I'm going to tell you this, man.
What we doing?
Old boy going to come from the clan, right? So we in the party. And guess what I played yesterday? I played Destiny. I was in trials. So I'm getting my wins. I'm in there with Sinister. I'm in there with Tac.
Salute.
I'm getting my, I don't play trials.
Yeah.
So the dude gonna say, oh, stop getting happy.
Oh.
Because you got some wins off some scrubs. I said, I take you one-on-one.
Oh. We
I
take it to
one-on-one
the
right.
S's?
I take you one-on-one right now. Let's go. He threw it up. The worst thing he ever did was throw it up on Twitch.
Oh, boy.
He said, I'm going to throw it up on Twitch. I set the parameters to the game. I said, we only going to do 2 deaths. There was everybody in chat was like, why don't we do best out of 10? I said, we're not doing best out of 10. I said, if he's that damn good, we're going to do 2 deaths. I ran down on him like he had my money in his wallet.
Okay.
I shot and killed him dead. He goes, well, you had an arc buddy. I said, is it in the game? Why didn't you have an arc buddy?
There you go.
He asked you for the fair one, and then it was like, this is no fair.
This is no fair.
He asked me for the fair one and said, why I'm stomping him out. Why are you using your feet too? And then I proceeded to berate this man for at least 2 hours. I was supposed to get off. I'm gonna tell you, you don't dictate the terms of your beating. I'm gonna beat you how I want to beat you, and I'm gonna talk mess. These dudes, everybody here knows what I do when it's on.
You
all right,
don't
so
lose to that man. I tell you that right now. You want to lose to that.
And don't come from my clan.
Don't come from the clan. Don't do that.
So, and I told him because it started off with he didn't know an aspect of the raid. So I said, I teach you.
Yeah,
I teach you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to learn from you. I don't want to learn from you. I said, well, right now, my gaming skills dictate you will learn from me, boy.
Is this dude in the
is this dude in the clan?
Listen, that's Hawaiian.
Oh no!
Hawaiian found out who the hell
episode. Hawaiian,
yes.
What's going on, bro? I'm hearing bad things, bro.
He found out who I was.
Oh,
yeah, I had to put him in that dope fiend and put him to sleep.
I'm
surprised he didn't just leave the party.
Who? Oh no, he didn't. Because you know why?
So did he take the beat like a man though? He
thought. You know what? He really thought that King don't play comp. King don't
he thought he's gonna catch you slipping. He's just catch you slipping.
Yeah, I think I got this one.
Yeah. No, you don't.
I put on my Nor and Hunger, and it was hungry, and I had to feed it. But anyway, we're gonna get to something else.
Yeah,
so the games I was playing this week, I was playing Frame Boost, baby. Frame Boost, baby. So I put on the Watch Dogs 2. Oh boy,
60 crisp.
Oh, I was like, yo, this game looks crazy. Yeah. I said, thank you, Xbox. Thank you, Xbox. I didn't pay extra. I said, thank you. And then I played Super Lucky Tail.
Okay.
New Super Lucky Tail.
120.
Bro.
120.
It looked like a Saturday morning cartoon. I said, this is what I'm talking about for the free. And my expectations for everything else, there's certain games that I really want, like Quantum Break and stuff like that.
You know, certain joints we need.
Yes. I really want these games, and I do appreciate the hard work from Jason Ronald and the team. We're starting to see the velocity architecture come to fruition and stuff like that. When we get to that stuff later on, we're gonna talk about what they're doing. But this stuff, I'm so looking forward to this generation.
Absolutely, we definitely got a lot to talk about when we get to that topic. So we got a bunch of super chats that flew in. Let's get those before I come up.
Give me a second.
I think we got Forte. That's what I see.
Forte with the $5 super chat. Shout out to the homie Everborn Saga. Glad to see you on the show. For the rest of the panel, keep being amazing and awesome. Thank you, brother.
Forte, I miss you, brother. That's what's up, bro.
Then we have Clutch Man with the $5 super chat. Gotta run to work, but we'll listen in. Locked in my Xbox headset and can't wait for delivery. Have a good show, guys.
Yeah, that's
best
order.
podcast for the new gen. Thank you.
Hey,
everybody going crazy for that headset, man.
I got that coming.
I ordered that and didn't ask no questions. I didn't even watch the trailer. I saw it. I was like, no, that's it.
I want to see how it compares because I have the Sony Pulse and it is very good. But then for the Xbox, I bought the Arctis 7X right at the start of this gen. So
I bought the Astro A50s, but I got two Series X's in the crib, and I got 2 PS5s. So I got a Turtle Beach for one of the PS5s, and then I just got the 3D Pulse, but I didn't even open those yet because I got them when it was on the PlayStation Direct. So I'm gonna do a head-to-head comparison for the first time. Listening to them when
what you also do with the PlayStation 5 headsets? Get the cheapest earbuds you can, and then enable 3D audio on it because as I exposed them earlier this week, they joined as a fraud.
Oh my god! Anyway, so you want to catch up? We gotta think about
it. They sound very good.
Try it with the 3D earbuds. You gonna really
3D earbuds. Oh my god!
Get the cheapest little skull candies that you can find and put them in your ear and push 3D audio on. You gonna hear nothing different.
Does TCL make headphones?
Yes, they in the PlayStation now.
Y'all savage.
Skull candies.
We got
shout out to Skull Candy. We getting killed with companies.
For real.
Oh
then we got and Rodimus is the $5 super chat. Shout out to Christopher Hart for saving his TCL pennies, for putting his comments in color. Thanks for supporting this great show.
Yo.
Why did he compliment him and slap him in the same turn?
Yeah. What else we got? Oh, your man.
Black Ronin, the $5 super chat. King did only boy like Pusha T and Drake.
Oh, yeah.
Oh boy.
I would say I did him like Drake did Meek Mill.
Oh, okay,
you
back to back.
I had to go back to back.
Yeah. Then we got, hold up, I got jumped. Wow, we got Lord Roughness with the £5 super chat. Salute, Lords, and welcome Mr. Facts, Lord Everborn, and big up Team Xbox in the news again for positivity, boosting frame rates, hashtag the Book of X.
Oh, we gotta hit him with the scripture. Book of X. Real quick, Lord Roughness. What else we got?
Then we got Regulator with the $2 super chat. Christopher Hart out here taking L's all day like Marlon.
Oh my Lord, Jesus! They on Christopher today. They ready. Hey. What else we got?
And we got Michael, aka Bed-Stuy's Finest, the $5 super chat. Well, PS5 is RDNA 1.1. Y'all know I'm here for smoke. All hail the great Xbox, aka Xbox on God and them 100%. Salute, Lord.
No doubt, salute.
Good
And
Lord.
of course, this is gonna be. We're gonna get past the first topic the way they got. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spread that realness in the realm of the ILP. And I'll tell you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear, man. It's been a busy week, man. Not a lot of gaming, so I'm a little upset. I wanted the game very bad, you know what I'm saying? But it's just so much going on in the personal life and physically, and I got surgeries and things I got to take care of and medical stuff. So just getting ready for that. But on a serious note, I want to shout out, please send some love to Lord Dizzy. You know, Dizzy is really going through it. We all know, you know, his struggles earlier, you know, with cancer and stuff like that. Yeah. And then obviously, you know, right now he's really going through it. You know, I'm not going to put the specifics out, but he's really battling something else. And please send him a message, send him some love. It's good to see him in here, number one. You know what I mean? It definitely makes me smile to see him in here. But yeah, he's been going through it. He's one of our fam. And yeah, send some positive love. And also to our Texas Lords, man. We all know they've been going through it. You know, everybody out there, you know, whether it be power, water, you know, this is not a game. I know most of the Lords here are Northeast, East Coast, you know what I mean? So we're used to that kind of weather, but it's not as simple as that. It's not as simple as, oh, you know, we got that. There should be no thing. These places are not equipped. You know what I'm saying? Infrastructure is not in place, and people are without power and water. Some are now just getting them back. The temperatures are really low. So salute to all the Texas Lords. We always see y'all there. I seen Fastback, Fame, J-Dub, I seen Silver Sky. I see a lot of people going through it, you know what I'm saying? And forget the gaming and the who's on PlayStation. This is a human issue, you know what I'm saying? And people are suffering. So I reached out to a couple of people just to check on them, see how they're doing. My boy Ibontis, you know what I'm saying? He's fortunate, you know. So salute to everybody. If you're struggling, going through it, you know what I'm saying? We definitely send our love to you guys out there. That's what I got. King, did you want to say something? Somebody else want to say something before I move on?
No. Chris lives out there in Texas, but he's in a good space. Everything is good. Yeah. But yeah, that car, that what was 100-car pileup that was out there too as well. Yeah. You know, that precipitated the snowstorm. This is crazy. Yeah, for sure. Stay strong, people.
Yeah, sure. and that's the thing. Like I used to think, like, you know, I always used to joke, like, you know, in Atlanta, every time it snows like 2 inches, the whole city shut down, right? But when you think about it, if you're from up north, everything is built around having those 4 seasons, right? So people have winter tires, the way homes are built, all of these things are in place for that. So if an area is not used to getting hit with that, it'll shut everything down. We take for granted that you could just go to the gas station and get salt. But if there's no reason for salt to have it, and there's no salts on the road, you know, then you slide all over the place.
I can almost guarantee you that those places that had salt, like in Texas and stuff, like they were sold out instantly because of all this going on. And you know, it's like I saw people, it was like, oh, they weren't prepared. I mean, how you expect to be prepared when you never deal with it? Like,
these are climates.
Like, it's like if an earthquake just randomly hit the East Coast,
exactly, like and Cali people talk about, oh, y'all not ready for that? We did every day, you know. It's exactly, it's the same, same.
Their buildings are built for it too, because when you're downtown, you see how the structures are.
It would be devastating. It'd be devastating if an earthquake hit New York. Because their buildings aren't built.
We're not built for that.
We're not built for it, and it did happen a few decades back or whatever it did. Remember?
The white one that we got. And we were shaking around.
I fell out of my bed and I was like, "What? We're under attack." We're under attack.
He said, "Yo, they got us."
He said, "This is the big one."
It's the big one. Elizabeth. Yo, Sam, you stupid.
I said, "Oh, not today, not today." Skyward Sword come out. Not today.
I can't with y'all. Continue, Sam. Oh my God.
Time. We gotta
All
go.
right, time. We gotta go. We going on too long.
Oh, we got regulated with $2 super chat. Word of the week is a wrap. Yeah, that's what I said. It's a wrap.
Thanks.
It's a
Rap.
Had a
Fact.
good one.
No doubt. Yo, Sam, your mic went low a little bit for some reason. Just check out your mic for a little bit.
Hello.
A little bit better. A little bit
Still
better.
low.
Yeah, still low though. You still sound lower than the rest of the low. Just wanted to check that out. We said we're under attack. Anyway, we all caught up with the
How
super
about now?
Yeah,
Better?
Yeah, there
better.
you go.
Much better. You caught up with the super chat, sir?
Yeah, I think that was it.
All right, man. So look, let's get into what we are here for. You know what I'm saying? Now we got to the history and all that good stuff. We want to start and focus on Lord Everborn, his video game system history, his journey into IT and application development, Primetime Gaming with our good friend Mr. Boomstick, and of course, what led him to creating that multifaceted comic and video game universe of the Everborn Saga. So, Lord Everborn, let's start from the very beginning. What's some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
Okay, I'm going to tell you. I always used to watch my pops play Pac-Man. He is a beast in that game, right? You see how King is in Destiny? That's how my pops was in Pac-Man. Like, that's just, it was serious. But, so I remember this.
Sucked at that game.
Shout out to Addict for sucking.
Shout out to Addict for trying to play Pac-Man.
Yes.
Never something I do. To this day, I'm scared of that yellow dude. Man.
I'm impressed you played it and know what it is. Continue.
No, but
Did you just say I didn't know what Pac-Man is?
Yes, this is not about you. Time. Continue.
We have a guest on. I wouldn't let that.
He was gonna let that slide. I had to get him.
So grew up in the Bronx on Gunner Road. We discussed those things. Vanderhot Child's High School.
Let's go.
But I remember very vividly our there we go. Throwing up the X's.
You already know what it is. It's Boogie Down production right now. Let's go. Oh, okay.
Hey,
Yeah, okay.
Addict.
What?
Hey, hold on. Okay, I see Pac-Man there, but is that Mario laying down dead on top of that box behind you?
He's tired because he thought he was going to get a new game, and I told him no, Skyward Sword was next, and he just really got it. I said, "Mamma mia."
Talk that talk, Everborn. Talk that talk.
All right, so grew up in the Bronx. Now my neighbors got Super Nintendo, right? And we was over there every day, like 7 days a week, going over there to play on their system. And that happened for like 6 months. And you know, my parents are Jamaican or whatever, and they got this thing. They said, "You too red eye." Right, that means you too envious of the neighbors. So because we was over there playing the Super Nintendo so much, they bought us a Genesis, and it was the joint. It was the joint that came with Streets of Rage 2 and Sonic 2 in one system. Now that was the last game they ever bought us, but. So I knew then I knew that I had to start working.
Yes.
If I wanted some of these games. But Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, which is the greatest Zelda game of all time, hands down. I'm not taking any challenges. I said it, right?
The side-scrolling
I'll fight for that.
Hold on.
No, not the side-scrolling joint. That's part 2.
That's 2.
Link to the Past is the Super Nintendo joint with the gold card.
Yes.
Yeah, Super Nintendo gold cartridge.
Okay.
I see you, King.
No, look.
King, what was that you had on the screen, sir?
This was enough said.
You realize
about
Link
you.
to the
This is not
Past has
about
been
me.
remade like 8 times, right?
Yo,
Like,
no lie.
look at Skyward Sword gets 1 remake and you up here acting like, oh
But
my
no.
God.
What? Listen, what he's saying is true, and is this his time? This is his story.
I wish, because my favorite game of 2019 was the Link's Awakening remake. I love that. Like that. I don't care what else was out that year. That was my game.
That's a good game.
But I need that treatment for Link to the Past, which is the greatest Zelda game
A
of all
lot
time.
of people like that is one of the famous ones.
Yeah. Hold on.
Like if it's out of 3D space, people always say Link to the Past.
Yeah, hold on one second. We got to get Squirrely because he co-signs. He's squirrely in with Canadian. He said Link to the Past is the GOAT, and then we got to get the shout out before that also.
We got 6 Layer, $10 super chat. Shout out to the big homie I Dizzy. You've long since earned and have our love and respect.
Facts.
Always in our prayers.
Always, bro. Good to see you, man. Continue that talk you talking, Everborn.
Yeah, but so I beat all of Link to the Past at my neighbor's house, and that is what led to us getting that Genesis.
Yeah, I know about people coming over my house and beating my games, and I'm familiar. I
don't even know if they beat the game. And then I was over there like, yo, you're not gonna get Super Street Fighter 2?
Trust me, I know of a gentleman, a kingly gentleman that comes over your house and beat your game when you just got it. I know about the feeling.
But you got me back. You got me back
Once.
with my 250. Matter of fact, Fatal Fury was a $80 cartridge. Yes. And you came over and I was like, yo, the last boss is crazy. You came over, beat it. Listen, he beat it, put down the big Neo Geo cartridge. I mean, controller. Put on his hat and his coat. Left. Now, normally, I walk him home halfway.
He want me home.
He told me I'm good. And left out my house and showed me his back. I will never forget that day because that was the day you was like, I said, okay, let me get with you. He's like, nah, I'm good.
Shout out to Andy Bogart with the cheesiest elbow in the game. You know what I'm saying? I just cheesed that one move to victory, but that was payback for what you did. The atrocity that he did. You gotta understand. I gotta cut in Everborn. Genesis. You gotta understand. There was moments in Genesis history. One was the first 6 mega cartridge. The second was the first 8 mega cartridge. 8 mega cartridge at that time was like, I don't know what we want to say is like 60 frames at this, whatever the equivalent is. Get this game, Strider, brand new out the packaging. One of the first. King's like, yo, let's fire that joint up. So we going back and forth. So he's like, I'm gonna let him rock. This is my man. I'm gonna let him rock. You know what I'm saying? Why the credits came up on my screen and he ended my game.
Little known fact, King put hundreds of dollars in the arcade machine.
Yes. Do the bosses, the patterns, everything.
When I got there, because I'm playing, I was like, oh, it's just like the arcade. Oh, yeah, everything's the same.
Yes. But we definitely can relate to these experiences. Continue, sir.
So well, another big event in the Genesis, I think they only did this once, with Sonic and Knuckles. You remember after Sonic 3 came out, and then you could add the Sonic and Knuckles cartridge to it?
Yes.
That was my don't get me started on that. Now, so there were a list of games, and ever since then, I was a Sega kid just because that's kind of what I had. Now, that being said, I didn't stop there, right? Because I kind of felt traumatized that I never had a regular Nintendo.
Me too.
The NES, never had the Duck Hunt.
We shared that.
Right?
I was envious. I had the red eye for the two.
Right. And no, but you know what? I think that is what made me go out and say, I'm never missing another console again.
Preach.
Right. So we got the Genesis, and we had those 2 games that we just beat over and over and over and over and over again. Sonic 2, Streets of Rage 2. Then I started to go and packing bags at the local ShopRite in Co-op City. Right?
Gotta stop you right there. Yeah. You are a G, sir. Because people don't understand. Right there, money was low. You couldn't get a job out there if you didn't have your working papers. Right? You know what I'm saying? Yep. And you had the best thing a kid could do if he wanted them games. You go to that supermarket, that C-Town, or whatever it was, and you pack them bags, you got them that bread. Salute to you for getting $1 million, sir. Salute to you.
I got first-hand knowledge of packing bags. My aunt worked in the supermarket. She worked in Key Food, and I was her bag packer. He was making bread.
Yes.
Yo, talk about it.
Use me. Go ahead. You talk about it because I know how much you was making because I was buying sneakers on the daily. So
let me tell you something.
Yes.
We would go to. I don't even know how. Like, obviously it wasn't legal, but I don't know how a big corporation like that was just letting underage kids go and work in there. But we're not talking about that now.
Don't worry about the process. We do that. It's about the result.
Right. So no, but money. I'm talking. You could $20 and $50 a day back then.
Yes.
When you get here's $5. Oh, you a working kid? Take this $10. Right? You cute. Right? Yes. We would go to the movies, and this got my movie career started too. Right there in co-op, right behind the joint. So it's. And we walked. I don't know if you know where Evander is because I live like 2 blocks from there. We used to walk there every day. We ain't had no bikes, right? Because you couldn't. It was no place to keep them. Like if you left your bike out there, you wasn't gonna find it when it was coming back. So we went there, left, got the Burger King, went to the movies, came home, and now I'm saving up my money. I'm getting my. And first of all, shout out to Funko Land.
Oh, he taking it back.
Right?
All GameStop.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
right?
what GameStop used to be, is where Funko Land is. I know exactly what your whole trek is. I know the whole thing. That whole area right there. Go ahead.
Right. So Funko Land had me in tears so many times because I had to work for every game I got. The last game my parents bought for me was that Genesis with the Streets of Rage, right? That was it, right? And if I even thought of bringing it up, and I'm talking about, it could be in the Saturn days when I'm like, oh, could I get a game? What's wrong with the Genesis you got?
Still talking about the old joint.
Right. So when you go and you work and you pay $50, $60, $70 for a game back then, and then you go into Funko Land and they like, yo, we're gonna give you 75 cents.
Yeah.
I remember when the 32X came out. Oh, that's another thing. Getting the Sega CD and the 32X, and you have your shit like Voltron.
Tower Power.
I remember that Virtua Fighter on the 32. Okay, so but anyway. I traded in my entire game collection. It must have been like, I don't know, 50 games. And I was still like $80 short to get 32X.
They was taking souls. The trade market was taking souls back there.
You're wrong for this.
Yes.
So that's why I have no sympathy for the used game market. But and shout out to Forte.
It feels like that market doesn't try to. It feels like that market, like it's always been like, it's okay, we're gonna rob them like to the end of time. Because even when like the digital era showed up, it's like they still didn't even try to compete. We still got the little bit of crumbs, and then when it got bigger and bigger, okay, let's panic now. Like,
but it's not. Funko was like, if you look at GameStop, people talk about GameStop, and GameStop evolved out of that, but Funko was worse. Like, you're not kidding when he says 75 cents per game. It didn't matter. You could walk in there. You can walk in there with a game like a Final Fantasy game with a battery backup that costs you $120, and they'd be like straight up $1. Here you go.
Remember how ruthless it is, to the point where the minute you buy it new, you could leave the store, turn right back in, and be like, nah. And the value has depreciated at such a rate.
The moment you know something, that gave other mom and pop shops the ability to pull that, but worse. Shout out to Mr. Lee with the knife, because his knife game was the wildest knife game that I've ever seen.
It's funny though. You know who was worse than Mr. Lee though? The dude that was in Third Ave.
Oh, Third Ave was ruthless.
You talking about the dude in the little store?
We used to call him Shiesty Man. We used to call him Shiesty Man. Third Ave, right on 149th. 149th for Third. 149th for Third.
You walked in there, and it was his store. He had one little kiosk.
Yes.
And then there was clothes on the other side.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he was Shiesty Man. The problem was he got everything first.
And he knew the value of the mark. He knew what games was hot, and he knew if your joint wasn't it. So the markups was he was ruthless. Shiesty Man.
Let's get it.
Let's get it.
Okay, so And this is one thing that I think it has stuck with me today. I think my thirst for games and new games is what built my work ethic to this day. And that's why I will always respect what we didn't have, because it had me working early, right?
Yep.
So from there, I was like, well, you know, I still can't really go over, because like at that point, after we got the Genesis, if we went to the neighbors to play, we would get a beating, right? So now I had to go get a Super Nintendo. So I had a Super Nintendo and a Genesis in the crib. And then from there, like I said, Sega CD, and then 32X, and then the Saturn dropped, got that. On that stealth drop. You remember the stealth drop in Toys R Us?
Y'all not listening to how he paid for this stuff, man. Like, y'all not understanding. See, first of all, I come from a West Indian household, so I respect.
Okay, so you know what ready I mean.
And we not giving you nothing. This is it, boy.
This is it.
This is it. I was working at 10, but no, I've honestly respected so much. But you see how much he has received by putting that hard work forward, because they know that there was money there, and all he had to do was been willing and able to do so. And he went out there. So you guys that talk about, and you look at your parents, there's grass to be cut outside. There's garbage for old people to be brought to the front. There's I used to run numbers for this old lady in my building. I used to go, I will do her numbers. I didn't know nothing about numbers, but I found out about numbers. I will go get her numbers done. I will go get her groceries. I became the local kid in the neighborhood that was helping out. Don't look for somebody to bail you out. Bail out yourself, because the biggest thing that I'm hearing from him is he received all this stuff from his hard work and his labor, and he says the work ethic is what got him here. I swear to God, I'm loving every last drop of it.
Absolutely, but that's why I was crying in Funko Land. Like I'm not even joking. Like I was like 16, trying to hold back tears because I was there with my friends. Because I'm like, I'm thinking of all, and it started with packing. Yes, it started with packing bags. Then it moved to the paper route. Then whenever it snowed, I was out there shoveling snow for people. You know what I mean? Because you could get a clean $20 a driveway.
Facts.
Right there.
Off the rip.
And this is before 16, because when I was 16, then I was like working, like, you know,
working papers.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And then I was working in a taxi base, right? And it was my job to clean up. Yeah. And I will tell you, these dudes,
disgusting.
The bathroom was like. So I you know what? I'm not even gonna say it because it's gonna sound crazy, but
we know. It's the Lord's Day. We understand.
I thought about that with every game that I purchased, right? That this is me doing it. Nobody's gonna get it from me, right? And this built up. So when I was working, then when I was in high school, it was like I was in something called a co-op program. So you go to school 1 week and then you work in the city, and right. Dope. So I was in Bank of New York for 1 week, and then in school the other week for like my last 2 years of high school. But then I also had a night job as well at Staples, right? Because at that, so and then I don't know if y'all remember. So when the Dreamcast came out, right? Then I got the Japanese joint, the white joint before everybody else got it. And I don't know, we had to go downtown to get that to a spot in Chinatown called Games and James.
Yes.
Oh my God. Games and James. Yo, I forgot about Games and James.
Yeah, I don't even know if they still there.
Yo, you was probably rubbing shoulders with me and we didn't even
all the time.
Yeah, I think so, man.
Premium New York talk.
And that's also what got me into anime. Obviously, the gateway drug was that Street Fighter 2, the animated movie. And then Dragon Ball and Yu Yu Hakusho, all of that. Right?
Yes, the Overfiend.
Right?
That we were supposed to be watching that.
Yeah, definitely wasn't supposed to be watching that.
Yeah, that's when I found out they had it like this.
And I remember because when that garbage ass American Street Fighter movie came out with Don Claude Van Damme, and I'm over there with all my highbrow, with my you don't know about the Japanese joint, the animated joint. Well, I don't know what this is.
Facts,
right? But all of, and now Now I got the PlayStation when it first dropped as well, right? I don't think I got that on launch. I had to wait till Christmas to get that because I ain't had the bread ready.
Yeah.
But that was my favorite PlayStation's generation. You remember Battle Arena Toshinden?
Ooh, let's talk.
Yes,
Sony,
sir.
that Sony one, the great Sony, that joint right there, that's my Sony right
Okay,
there.
but hold on.
Yeah, let's go.
Now, if you had to compare Battle Arena Toshinden versus Power Stone on the Dreamcast, who do you give it to?
Come
Power
on.
Stone.
Power Stone. Come on, I gotta give it to Power
All
Stone.
right.
I just respect Toshinden for ushering in the 3D fighting era, especially on a home console, because the thing about the PlayStation, again, they don't get enough credit with that System 11 board. That board was so arcade perfect for a lot of things. But I'm no disrespect to Dreamcast. Dreamcast was the wave. You know what I'm saying?
Dreamcast came after.
Yeah.
I mean,
Dreamcast was kind of right before the PS2, right? So you got to put the PlayStation 1 against the Saturn.
Yeah.
Right.
And as a Sega kid, the Saturn was trash.
Thank you
Except
for
for
saying that.
Panzer Dragon.
Thank you for saying that, because Song gets mad at me when I say that. I turned my back on Sega during that period.
Listen, the Saturn wasn't trash. The Saturn was a 2D console.
That's what it was.
Right. So Sega bet wrong. See, Sony was ahead of the curve, and they understood 3D graphics was the way to go. And then when you saw Saturn's Battle Arena Toshinden, it couldn't compare.
It couldn't compete, bro. It couldn't compete. I mean, shout out to Saw. I mean, I was looking at Knights and I was like, yeah, that's cool. But
that Knights was trash.
But I mean, just they 2D, you know, they were trying different things.
And crap.
I'm gonna keep it a buck, man.
Listen,
Yuji Naka is a legend, right?
Yes.
But if you really look at his pedigree, like not that many great games. Like,
Right.
There's a lot of, frontline, like in terms of like cutting edge stuff, but actual great games, not that many.
I feel you, bro.
But the thing is that the Saturn, that's what it was. Like they went with a 2 CPU sort of thing where they had the CPUs had to like communicate with one another. It was not, it was even remotely, but when it came to the 2D stuff, see, I didn't transition to 3D as quickly as everyone else did. So I was like, I still love these 2D fighters.
Right.
But the Saturn beats everything. Like,
but the PlayStation was adequate.
It was adequate at 2D too.
The PlayStation was adequate in that 2D realm, but Jumpin' Jack Flash, games like that.
Jumpin' Flash,
it told you
Ridge
Sony
Racer
was on to something, and it really let you know. Because I remember when Sony didn't have these these first party studios, and they were trying to get to that leg up. And they were doing the best that they could, but their 3D graphics on everything that they did when Resident Evil came.
God.
Come on, man. I mean,
crazy.
I was a PleStation boy too. No lies. You know?
Yeah, it's crazy. Anyway,
I was mad at them because they kind of jumped. They jumped shit really fast.
we betrayed Sega. I was out. I was out. Listen, I was like, them dudes over there.
No,
I like what's going on.
You know what I was doing in those days? I was capping for the Saturn, but when I went home, it was all Sony.
Shout out to the Saturn and the PS whatever.
Right now.
Yeah.
They Sony, but they go home and it's all Series X.
Yeah, no. Continue.
There's a lot of dudes that we're not gonna name.
We ain't gonna name.
The Series X and trying to pretend like they don't got it, but we're not talking about that right now.
They misleading their constituents. They got their constituents out here believing they own the game on PlayStation.
Before we move on, so we gotta get mad super chats. Like super chats.
So first off, we got the medic with the $10 super chat.
No, I think it's Dr. Mario.
Dr. Mario.
No. He right. The medic.
The medic.
Right.
Yeah.
The American.
We got fellow Xbox fans. Let's stop this RDNA 2 talk. Mesh shaders, VRS, and sampler feedback streaming were features that we knew the PS5 didn't have. That's the difference. Let's see performance before we hype it.
Wait a second. Time out. We're not going to do that. We're not going to sit here and say there's no wheels on your car, but we can't talk about it. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. This is our time to shine, and they don't got it, and I'm going to talk about it. Sorry.
Now, we will get to that.
Let me just add one thing to that, right? Forget about RDNA 2, but what I will say, or RDNA 1 or 1.5, whatever they're calling it,
right?
They were very happy to when they thought it was RDNA 3
Yep.
to throw that in a lot of people's faces, right? So I you know, that is what it is.
We gonna get to it. We gonna get to it.
Yeah, and I'll have thoughts as a developer what I think about all of that when we get there.
I want your perspective on that topic because it's gonna be true. They already started.
Today they're gonna get rough up.
I'm done.
They're gonna rough you up.
Your goose cook now?
We talking that real island talk. Moving on. Neo Mental.
Neo Mental, $5 super chat. Damn, so me and Boom have probably bumped into Everborn 2. This dude's literally grew up down the street from us. This world is too damn small.
Sorry, your mic again. Something going on with your mic. Your mic sound like you in the bushes again. I don't know what's going on with your mic.
Wilding out. Hold on a second.
I don't know if you gained something.
Once again, hello.
Oh, there we go.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
is that your mesh shader in the front?
Yo, your mic ain't got audio to the full screen.
He got that. See, guys, this is the difference when you have RDNA.
Said the die shot came out on his mic.
Yo, say he ain't got the mesh shaders on.
He ain't got the variable refresh.
He ain't got the VRS on his mic. I can't. Continue. Messy. East Texas Alex.
East Texas Alex. I'm so glad that most of the ice is gone in my neighborhood. Great show, you guys. Super Nintendo's where I started gaming with Donkey Kong Country. Wow, so you started late SNES. Yeah.
Oh, you got to get this next one.
Then we got Dark Optimus with the $100 super chat. Thank you, brother. Much appreciated.
Dark Optimus, the first time I heard your name, brother.
Salute, brother.
What a way to make an entrance.
Yeah, he's a legend out here. I know about Dark Optimus. Salute, man.
I don't think I've ever seen red in the super chat before. That
I respect the hell out of that color. You know what that color gonna do? It's gonna stay there for the whole podcast.
Salute, bro. Wow, that is super generous, sir. Thank you.
ILP is the GOAT. Keep up the fantastic work, fellas.
Thank you,
brother.
brother.
Thank you so much. Really means a lot, man. Good to see you. Thank you for the love. What else we got?
And we have Jean-Marc Louis with the $2 super chat. PS5 RDNA 3.2 confirmed. The source is Tyrone Biggers.
That Dark Optimus sounds like something like a Sith in Star Wars.
Yeah, we got the fly there.
He comes in with the black cloak over his head.
He the last boss in Jedi Fallen Order.
Yeah. And we got RD with the $2 super chat. Afternoon, Lord. Shout out to PS5 RDNA 3.3 divided by 2.
Wow. They messy. They ready for that topic. Jesus. Anyway, so we all caught. What's going on, man?
I believe so. We're caught up.
I believe so. Yeah, solve your mic. I don't know what's going on. It's still doing.
I'm gonna disconnect and come back.
Try to disconnect and come back. Remember those settings I was saying? Check in there too.
Well, that's the thing. Mine has been fine. When I did that, it went bonkers.
So maybe go back to that. Maybe something because it's not. Yes, it sounds crazy. Bye. Get the RDNA. Get your RDNA up. We will take care of it from here. Everborn.
We got you.
We got you. You can't be doing that stuff. Everborn, continue, bro.
So do you guys remember the frenzy in New York City when the PS2 came out?
Oh
yes,
my
sir.
That was like the amazing race for us because we were going around to every store. We went to the official Sony headquarters to see if we could get some. We was out there at Kmart. Toys R Us was a wrap from. You couldn't even think about going to Toys R Us. I don't even remember where I got the PS2, but I know I left the house at 6 a.m. because nobody was doing pre-orders at that time. Right? And then I got home at 8 o'clock at night with that system. So
congratulations,
brother. That was real.
Yeah, and the I just want to, before I get to the Xbox, which is what really, changed everything for me. The OG Xbox when Halo dropped.
Yes, sir.
I just want to shout out some of the games that I don't hear people talk about a lot.
Let's go.
Do you remember a game called Deadly Moves on the Genesis?
Yep.
That was my shit.
Language. Language of the Lord's name, but I feel you. I feel you. Ooh, it was me. Yeah.
So Deadly Moves. I never hear. I would love for somebody to bring that back. You remember Sewer Shark? I think it was on the Sega CD.
Yes.
It was probably one of the top selling full motion video games of all time. That and Night Trap.
Yes.
Hold on. What about the joint with the knight dude? That was a whole animated cartoon.
Oh, the Dragon's Lair.
Yeah.
That's a classic. Shout out to Mr. Haas. We had a dude that was a savant in that game. Like he was so beastly. Like you go to the arcade, he ended it. We were like, yo, that was.
I've never seen nobody end it in the arcade, and I watched him end it without dying.
Like that was for its time, almost like a Disney Pixar interactive game. You know what I'm saying? It was amazing. Continue. So I remember Dragon's Lair.
All right, and then I heard somebody mention Donkey Kong Country, right?
Mm-hmm.
But do you remember Killer Instinct also on the Super Nintendo? What were they doing with the graphics there? Because it felt like they took 3D models and then just took still frames and played them like they were sprites. Like whatever that was.
They was using the Silicon Graphics boost. That's what they said. At that time, I guess whatever technology that they found out, they revitalized the Super Nintendo. Because remember, at that time, I think it was, what was the second console? Was it the Saturn or something like that that came out, and the PlayStation was doing their thing? Nintendo doubled down on that technique that they used.
Yeah,
Donkey Kong Country.
I remember it jumped off the screen.
Yes,
I remember
it allowed them to push back the Nintendo, the Ultra 64.
Yes.
Yeah.
They allowed them to work on that technology a little bit further, and they didn't have to put it out that soon because the Nintendo was still able to survive during.
I like how you called it Ultra 64 and not Nintendo 64. I appreciate you for that.
Didn't, to my knowledge, didn't Rare make
Country?
Donkey Kong Country?
I believe so. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, y'all. Was that the beginning, the origins of that little, what is it, expansion bay thing? Or no, am I too early? When was that Nintendo?
I think
expansion bay
started that. I don't know.
Yeah, they had the RAM. That was N64, the RAM card.
Now you mad loud. You good, son.
Because you know what? It was that thing. It was.
Oh, it was that? Okay,
You folded me. You folded me.
I identified you, and now I've neutralized you.
Now, do you remember?
You know what it is? Like last week, man, you was talking a little too strong. Cognito to fix that.
Go ahead, Everborn.
Now, do you guys remember Sonic Adventure when that was the first 3D Sonic game?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's so many on the Dreamcast. But anyway, so now we're at I am just entering my first year of college. I went away to a school called SUNY Cobleskill. And then I remember that Christmas or November, but around Christmas when the Xbox dropped, and I was going through my 5 stages of depression when basically Sega kind of was out the business at that point. Like,
me too.
And because there was so much with the Dreamcast, and I just did not. But real talk though, I kind of think that. I kind of blame Microsoft for. I mean, there's a lot of factors there, but I blame Microsoft a little bit for why the Dreamcast didn't work. They made the games too easy to pirate, right? Because it was based on Windows CE, and I didn't know anybody that was actually buying games on the Dreamcast.
It's a hustle out there.
Right. So
after that first 6 months, that was a wrap.
It was the same thing for my PlayStation. The guy who's sitting over here. So literally, our situation was
the pirating community was very strong.
Why was there a pirating community? There's no pirating.
No, it was. I know dudes that made whole hustles out of selling, new pirated games. They're like, yo. $100, I'll give you 50 games.
You don't say. You don't say.
Yeah,
we do have some savants.
Look at him drinking his tea.
Don't incriminate yourself, son.
Statutes and limitations is up.
I know.
Exactly.
I know the wildest thing was when I had to go get my console modded. And I went with Kaibatsu to study.
The grimiest spot. Yo, I've been with Kaibatsu in the wild. I was in Jamaica, Queens with Kaibatsu. He had me in a wild spot. Continue.
We went to the dude's house. It was up some steps. Yes. It was around the block. It was around the block from my depot.
Yes.
So I said, I know where we at. So I parked the car and we go to the dude's house.
I was about to get robbed for a modded console. Say
yo, he looked like the nastiest dude. He was completely out of shape. He looked like he eat Cheeto.
Do you remember, King? Do you remember his stovetop and what it looked like?
Disgusting. I didn't go inside the house. I didn't go inside the house.
I did.
This is Gucci at the time. Right now, I can't touch your stuff, boy. Like your walls look like they got walls, right? So I'm looking at him, and he's like, "Yeah, passing the console." So I'm like, "Damn, I'm giving him my console." He looked like he got roaches, like the roaches.
Damn.
I give him the console, and his shirt. Everything he ate for that week was on his. You know how you got a tank top and under the tank top, discoloration.
Yeah,
and it wasn't a icy white; it was a gray.
Oh,
I'm looking at this dude, I'm like, and I look at Kai Bots like, you really got me out. But I'm gonna tell you, the dude did.
The dude was a phenomenal. He's phenomenal.
Phenomenal work.
Yes. I've been in many an unsavory project. I've been in many a wild neighborhood in New York because of these consoles.
I remember the time. I remember the time when Kai Batu, I think we were modding. We weren't modding PS1. It might have been Xbox. And we go up to the spot. This is this young kid downtown, like Manhattan, Soho.
Oh, you talking about that dude?
And we go up in his house, and his boys arrive, literally like with a briefcase. And I'm like, what is going down here? They throw the briefcase on the table, and they ask homeboy, they're like, yo, these guys cool? Like, yeah, they just came to.
Like
they open the briefcase. It's this smorgasbord of drugs. I'm like, oh man,
Mom,
why are you bringing me?
Why are we here? I'm just here for the games.
Yes, I'm gonna respect Kai Batu.
Yeah, he's fearless on the low. Kai Batu.
Y'all may think like he's a nerdy dude. He has been in some of the worst places for the love of games.
For the love of games. And he be like, it's legit, y'all. I'm like,
he don't care. He will go. He was up in Spanish Harlem. I'm like, why are you in these places? You know how dangerous this is right there. He's stepping over the tape and the chalk outline of the
chalk outline. Yeah, I gotta get this mod.
I gotta get this mod. I gotta get that system, man.
Do you remember the adapter for the Super Nintendo to play the Japanese games?
It sat on top.
Of course.
Yeah, that's the joint when you wanted to play the Dragon Ball game. That's the only game. That's the only game I got that for.
That's how I got fired.
Yes,
that's how I got fired. I was working at Elizabeth Street. No, not Elizabeth Street. It was the Brooklyn Bazaar. I was working at Miss Ping in the Brooklyn Bazaar. I was selling Magic Cons for $500 with 1,000 games. The dudes would come in and were like, yeah, and I'd be like, y'all got that Magic Con.
Like, no. He's not talking about that. He's talking about the actual adapter just to play the cartridges that it sat on top of the SA. I know what you're talking about, the Magic Con. No, this ain't that. This is just literally to play legit games from Japan.
I was selling backups.
Damn,
backups.
By the way, just not game related, but this going down to places like Games and James and things like that to get some of these Japanese games. That's what got me into anime. Do you guys remember having to get the VHS tapes of these animes and they weren't translated yet? Sometimes I watched the whole Frieza saga, just not dubbed nothing. I just had to guess what was going on.
What was going on?
Japanese, right?
Yeah, straight up. You
know what's funny?
And sorry, Addict. And then I saw when they started airing it, like actually dubbed on Toonami. I'm like, you little young punks.
Get at it.
I got it easy.
What was funny is when I started watching anime, a lot of it had to do with Dragon Ball because that's a lot of people's origins. And I didn't know there was subbed. Like I thought it was all dubbed. Like because I didn't watch stuff in I didn't watch stuff in sub because like it was always Toonami or something like that. So when I remember the very first type of subs I saw was back. I can't even remember there was some case closed and stuff, and I'm like, what is this sound? Like, why I can't understand them?
It's real. It was real, man.
I had shout out to my moms because she thought I was a genius, right? I had Final Fantasy 3 and I had it in. That's the one with the job system, right?
Yeah.
So that's when they first introduced the job system, and I couldn't wait for the American version, so I got the Japanese version. Now, remember, all you had to do was burn out the sides of the Super Nintendo,
so you can fit it in. Yeah,
because I had sold my Famicom and I had the Super Nintendo. Yeah, so I put the cartridge in, and it worked. I sat there meticulously with a pen and a paper, and I would do all the stuff to see what it is, write it down. Okay, this does this, this does this, and then I will go down the skill tree, the questions, and if it's the wrong result, I come back and I'll do it again.
That was before Game Facts,
right? So my mother sat there and watched me play a game in Japanese, and she goes and tells my grandmother, God rest her soul, my son knows Japanese. My son knows Japanese. Because she said, baby, how you know what they say? So me lying, I said, I can read that. I can read Ganeshkana. She literally told my grandmother, he speaks Japanese.
Shout out to Gaming.
I remember on the original PSP, I used to mod those all the time and download the sub version of like the Yu-Gi-Oh games that's in Japan only. And I remember like literally like writing it down like verse for verse, be like, what does this even mean? Like because like I knew what the cards did by the art direction, like what the art was, but if it was a card I've never seen because it was like Japanese only, I'd have to look it up online to know what I'm about to use it for. Like,
yes, it was.
I mean, listen, there was a different level of dedication if you were into importing games back then. Yeah. Like
you had to be. You spent $100 for a game, you better figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely.
But go ahead, brother.
We got to move on. We definitely could be in the stories all day.
All right. So yeah, let me speak. So 2001 comes out. Halo drops. I am away at college at this time, and that kind of that's why Halo will always be my second favorite video game franchise of all time, no matter what. I wasn't even too angry at Craig. I feel like that was everybody else, but we can talk about that later.
Yes.
Right behind Zelda, because that was the first game that I ever beat, Link to the Past. But anyway, so that comes out. We're doing those LAN parties, you know what I'm saying? 8-on-8. Everybody's running the Ethernet cables across the hall. The RA is like, this is a fire hazard. You can't keep these wires running out from dorm room to dorm room. But we did it anyway. We had to wait till they was asleep, right? So then, you know what I'm saying? The 360 comes out with all of the bangers, the Dead Risings, the first Mass Effect. I'm not even gonna weigh in on which one's better. I feel like a lot of people leave out Mass Effect 3.
Yeah, I know. Affectionately, it is the good game. I know.
But and then you had the PS3, which came out, which was a brick, and then. I said it. Fuck it.
Damn.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Sunday.
Language savage.
Won't happen again. Won't happen again. All right. So then the Xbox One comes out, and I'd still, to this day, I guess it was just the price, because if you look at the PS4 Xbox One launch, I know they was talking about TV, but I'm sorry. The Xbox One launched had a way better launch lineup. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was crazy. And they had consistently had bangers coming out till maybe 20. I think Quantum Break was the last maybe big one, and then it was like a lull until Gears 5 came out.
The problem is if they wouldn't have dropped that communication for the original announcement of the Xbox One, they would have had a way better generation. But by then it was too late. The damage was already done.
The trade games, they just couldn't recover from
that stuff.
And put it in the box. But to Everborn's point, people forget. I remember it vividly, like he does, which is that launch lineup of the Xbox One was definitely superior. It wasn't even close, because I remember I had the PS4, and besides, what was it? Killzone.
It was just Killzone and
Resogun and Knack, and that's what I was playing. And I'm just like, okay. And we lived off the multiplats.
Well, that's what they're doing right now.
Oh my God!
They don't even have the multiplats.
I mean, what did it was resolution gate.
And it's exactly.
And now everybody's like, that doesn't matter anymore because
No,
you know,
because Phil Dominus
convenient.
Maximus Aurelius Spencer has taken that away from you. What a true leader does is he removes your excuses. It's over, sir.
Oh my God. Moving on.
Right. So so that's really the gaming history.
Yeah.
But just if you want to know
Yeah, I
about
wanna transition.
how I got here.
Yeah, that's what I want to transition to now.
Let's get
Before
it,
we
yeah.
do that, hold on. Did we super chat? Did we miss anything, Saul? I just want to make sure
Yeah,
missed
we got a few. Hold on
Yeah,
a
just because I
second.
know these been sitting, and then we got to get into how he got here.
Then we have Pixelbit G, $2 super chat. Hold on. One was Easy to Pirate 2. What was Easy to Pirate 2? Hold.
I don't know what that is.
Something one was Easy to Pirate 2.
PS1 maybe? I don't know.
PS1, yeah, PS1 was easy. Yeah, that's what King was talking about. Yeah,
Yeah. PlayStation 1, all you had to do is put the little paper clip in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the greatest. That's it. I remember when the dude charged me $50 and gave me a paper clip. I wanted to punch him in the mouth.
and an eraser, right?
Yes,
and an
no,
eraser.
paper clip and a little eraser. I wanted to punch him in the mouth, but I said, "You, sir, are a genius, but I will never give you another $1."
No, but fun fact, that's something my father taught me from can't remember how young. He said every time he has somebody to work on his house, you know what he does? He stays there, he watches them like a hawk, and he learns.
Yes.
And he's like, "Thank you, sir. I paid you too much money, but I look at that as tuition. Now I will never call you back, and I know how to do these things."
No doubt.
Yeah.
Yo, you got to get squirrely. So
We got Squirrely Dan. You mean game backups, right? Yeah.
Yes,
Back
yes,
up.
Squirrely.
Backups.
Yes, that's right, Squirrely. Back up.
Yes, back up. We're not
all of
pirating.
which you own the original copies of.
Yes.
And then we have Cat Daddy with the $5 super chat. He's speaking facts because I definitely went to school with a 100 CD binder. I got 3 for 25. Love the dream.
3 for 25. What you know about that cat with that binder with the CDs?
Everybody had a binder. Pull
Everybody had
it out.
that binder. Salute.
Listen, man, it was way better than some of the other things people were selling, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, this is true.
Right.
Listen, we didn't go down that rabbit hole. We could tell rabbit holes of a different story.
Exactly.
Right.
A better story.
Yeah, I mean, we leave out the part where they probably failed because of us. But
I don't think my little 10% that I was
Little
getting
10%?
actually.
It's little everybody 10%.
Everybody 10%.
Once the floodgates open, it was over.
Yeah, we'll have a better, security.
Yeah, but I think I'm like you guys. I never. This is not Sony's fault, but at the time I felt like it was Sony's fault. Like they bullied their way into the industry, and that's what messed Sega up, and not all of their terrible decisions. But like Sony, and
Say it, man. Go on now. Go on.
Sony been lying to you since '96. No, I'm saying, but.
Trying to get this game multi-plat, man. Relationships, brother. Relationships.
No,
but
this Maximus Spillers has you. He will get you that back, sir. Keep going.
But the thing is, I've always kind of leaned more towards Sega because it was my first console, and I supported them all along the way. You remember the Game Gear?
Oh yeah,
yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so but then it just felt like the Xbox was the sort of logical progression
from a Sega kid. Yes, absolutely, yo.
But
oh, sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, finish.
Yeah, so I was just trying to transition into how did I get into game development myself, and what sort of what led me
I'm
here.
literally going to lead you in right now, super chat, and then lead you in. That's what I was going to do.
Gotcha.
I thought you had another gaming story. That's what. So get set real quick, and then we're going to do
Six Layer $5 super chat. Everyone else who remembers when the chips first came out for the PS1, the intention was for playing imports.
Yes.
For all of 3 months. I don't even think it lasted 3 months.
Yeah, it didn't last 3 months. No, you're right.
Hey guys, we got 400 in the chat, 400 viewing.
Yeah,
let's hit that like.
Hit that like, y'all, for real. A
And
lot
share it out
of
to your
classic
friends,
gaming
because Everborn
stories.
is about to get busy. He's about to tell you how a young black developer has started his journey into making this cold hard cash.
One more. Yeah, we got Brian I with the $5 super chat. Is Christopher Hart an official troll yet? It's as if Sony is paying him with Monopoly money and he doesn't realize it. Do not pass go.
Sorry.
Nah, Christopher Hart is a passionate gamer who will buy. His knees will be bent and he will buy a Series S. Sir, get your $300 ready. You ain't got games to play anyway.
Anyway, moving on. So tremendous history, brother. I mean, again, just games and where we from the town. we could talk all day. You know that. You know what I'm saying? And
we could talk about skate key in the rink if you
want.
We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that.
That's like that's just a straight BX podcast.
That's why I had to hit you with the
the skate key. All right, stop, because it's gonna be 5 hours.
Can't skate backwards in there because you fall down.
Time, addicts here. You tired of all this Bronx and New York talk. All right.
Wasn't you that guy that fell? We don't like you.
Anyway, moving on. So look, man, we definitely want to talk career. Obviously, your background. You know, how did you choose IT, and then how did that like push you? You know what I'm saying, into as far as game development and all that. Like, just talk about that.
All right. So like I said, I went to Evander, which wasn't the best of schools, and I was always like a C student at that time in my life. And I went away to college because the girl I was dating at the time, you know, she got pregnant, and I knew that I couldn't be playing video games all the time, right? Like I had to do something. I couldn't hang out with the friends I was hanging out with at that time. So I was like, I had to sort of go away and make something of myself. So I went away to Cobleskill, like I said, made a whole bunch of new friends that, you know, we're still cool with today. And I majored in computers at that time. And I remember like I had to this is sort of a side tangent, but like because when my son was born, he was born in May of 2001, I would go to school 5 days during the week and then drive back down to go and spend time with him and drop off money to his mom every weekend. And then I made a business out of that because I was one of the few people with a car, and I was going down to NYC every weekend. Right, exactly. Right. So then, and we gonna get really in the weeds, which is it's gonna tie around, and you'll see why I'm just super lucky to be where I am today. On one of those trips, right? I had a friend of mine. He was like, "All right, cool. I'm coming with you. I want to make a stop." Right. The stop on the way back was in the Heights, right? Washington. And so now around that area, right?
168,
around Broadway somewhere.
Broadway, okay.
Right.
I know where the story going. Go ahead.
So he goes into the building. He comes out. We leave. We getting ready to hop on the hutch and right. And surrounded everywhere, cops everywhere, guns are out. These are in the I think it's the Giuliani days of the broken glass thing where young black men were terrorized, but we're not going to talk about that.
No,
right?
You're right.
Right. And if it was Bloomberg, it was probably, I don't remember who was the mayor at that time, but you know, we're not rocking with none of them. But anyway, so I guess it was one of those nights that were just pulling everybody out that came out that building or whatever, right? I never went in the building, so now guns are out. I'd never experienced anything like this in my life, right? Like I ran around on the streets, but it was just games and girls and work. That was my whole teenage life before college or whatever. So guns are out. They pull me out the car. They pull him out the car. They wrestle him to the ground. They put us in two different cars. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I got all my papers here, whatever. So now I got to spend the night in jail for the first time, right? And and then we got to spend the night. It's a Friday, so we don't get out until the next court day. Exactly.
Yeah, you don't get out till Monday.
So Monday comes around. I get to go and see the judge. You know what I'm saying? And the dude that was with me, they give him the ROR or on your own, right?
Release your own recognizance. Go ahead.
Now they say that they're charging me with possession and the intent to sell,
because
right?
It was your car because he left it inside your car.
No, but he didn't leave it in my car. That's the thing. They said that they found it in the police car because I didn't have anything. That's not how I roll. I don't even smoke today, right? Never smoked, right? And they said that they found it in their police car after they took me out. And I was the only one in the police car, right? So now I'm being charged with like this whole felony thing, and I call my sister up. My sister's a lawyer, right? And I explained the whole situation to her, and then she calls whoever the DA is that's dealing with that.
Yeah.
And then, you know, they basically make me an offer, do a day of community service, we'll expunge this whole thing from your record.
You lucked out, brother.
Call it a day, right?
Brother, yeah.
And but I got to do that community service, and it's like for drug rehab people or whatever. And they're like, "Why are you here?" I'm like, "I'm here because I was framed." And they looking at me like,
"You're like you're lying."
Right?
Like, yeah, we all was framed.
We all framed. Like we heard that before. Yep.
Right. So, you know, they hit me with the Morgan Freeman with from Shawshank Redemption. Everybody in here is innocent. Right. But so I say all of that to say, how many people don't have a sister that's a lawyer that can make a phone call for you, right? How many young people of color from the Heights, from the Bronx, Brooklyn, wherever, are in the wrong place at the wrong time, and their whole kind of life is ruined? Because that means you're not getting any more financial aid. That means that's on your record.
You're on your record. You're done.
And so
it's the scarlet letter.
Yeah, and I'm always mindful of where I could have been versus, you know, where I am today. And my pops came over here at 16 when, you know, both his parents died. He had to sleep on a train when he first got here, and he hustled, so whatever he sold, and you know, got us a house, raised us, got away from that life. And you know, a lot of things could have happened. But now back to the whole school thing and how we got here. So
how to turn around.
2001. So luckily that situation was dealt with, and then we get to graduation. I got my associate's degree at that time because I always basically had like an entrepreneur's mind, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm doing this, and what I really wanted to be at that time was a film director, right? Okay. And I wanted to go to SUNY Purchase, but I kind of psyched myself out of it because they were only accepting like a few people. I think it was like 80 people or something like that for the director's program every year. And I wasn't into technology at that time, but I did get my degree in computer information systems. So then I came home. I was like, you know what? I can't do the back and forth anyway. And I went home, and my pops had some property. So we basically opened a Caribbean restaurant right there on Gun Hill Road. On Gun Hill? On Gun Hill Road, right next to the Jehovah's Witness Church.
Oh, I already know. My boss probably was there.
I probably done got some Aki fish from there.
Yeah, boss is JW. I probably was there.
So I did that. That was in like 2004, 2005, right? Long story short, there, don't do business with family, right? So that, you know, I walked away from that business, whatever, and then that's when I got into the real estate business. And from 2005 to 2008, you know, I got my agent license, and then I got my associate broker license. Right. And then I got my broker's license. And I don't know if you all remember what happened in 2008.
Crash. The bubble pop.
Right.
So that happened.
that whole business was done. Right. And so now it was kind of like, well, now I got to figure out what I'm doing with my life. Right. And I only had an associate's degree at that time, and shout out to everybody with an associate's degree, but it's very hard to get into one of those big roles until you get the 4-year, unfortunately.
Yes, correct.
Now, so then I said, all right, well, I can't go and work for anybody anymore and split my commission. So I got my broker's license and opened my own real estate company with the clients that I still had left. And I was able to do that for a little while, but 2 years into that, like it was not viable anymore. I had all my savings were done. I didn't know what was going to happen where. And I ended up on food stamps and everything else. This is around the 2011 time frame. And I'm like, I'm turning 30 at that time. I'm like, what is going on in life? Right. So I said, I gotta do something, right? And at that time, the iPhone had came out in 2007, I think. And then you started seeing people making $1 million off of fart apps, right? I don't know if them sound effect apps,
sound effect apps,
right? And then I started seeing people were making games there, and it was like a big scene. So I was like, okay, well, I want to make a game, right? So I said, I'm going to start off with the simplest game I could think of. I'm going to make a game like Pong, but like my own version of it. So I made a game. It was called Star Tennis. I put it out, and I didn't know anything about coding, because if you know, computer information systems degree is more like DevOps, right? It's more, it's not, you're not a software engineer at that point, right? So, and I just go to YouTube and just start reading all the tutorials that I can, or watching, reading, all these things. And then I put that game out as an experience, but I knew that that was only to get me to where I wanted to be, which was, I wanted to release what my favorite style of game was, which was Super Mario World. Right, I wanted to release a 2D platformer in that vein, not Metroidvania, so to speak, but in specific Mario, jump on your head, get power-ups, that kind of thing. Right,
Salute.
But that is a way more involved than a game like Pong, right? So, and I did that because I was trying to build my resume, and I wanted to get a job at one of these bigger companies or whatever.
You gotta have prior experience, prior work sometime. So that's the purpose of a game like that, to put on there to show progression, that you've actually done something in the field, as small as it is or whatever it is. Completely understand where you're coming from. Continue.
Right. But the thing is, at that time, I still only had that 2-year degree, and all of the company I was working for, they not even looking at my resume, because it's like, okay, you was out of work for a little while, and then you wasn't even in this field. You was in real estate, and then you owned the restaurant. What are we doing here? So nobody was looking at me twice. But I said, I'm gonna keep pressing away with what I'm trying to do. So I pressed away, and I said, you know what? The only way that this is gonna work is I'm gonna have to go back to school. So I registered for Lehman College. Right? Right? You went there?
For a semester.
Hey, man. Alumni, baby.
He said he's not alumni. You saw the holes. We here.
Exactly. So, but I went there and I joined this group called NSBE, which is the National Society of Black Engineers. Now, if anybody, and I say this to anybody, all the young lords out there, all the millennials, it is not too late for you, because this is a 30-year-old man who was on food stamps and every other and Medicaid and all of that.
Talk to him.
I went back to school, went to Lehman, and I got introduced to this NSBE group. Now, the National Society of Black Engineers is a way to connect you with employers. And a lot of those employers are trying to fill those diversity numbers, right? Right? So what it is they were getting me interviews with Microsoft, Facebook, Apple, everybody. And they had their convention, which was out in California. They do that once a year.
Yes, sir.
And anybody can go. So I'll say anybody right now, if you want to get in the field, look up the National Society of Black Engineers and get in there. And it's not just for software engineering. It could be like actual engineering as well.
Nice.
They will connect you with Boeing and all of these guys. So
these are the resources that we need, you know. These are the needs to push you in position to win. Because a lot of it is just being in the right place, knowing the right person, and or connection to get heard. That's a powerful thing.
And you have to be proactive, not reactive. You can't wait for the situation to happen to you for you to react to that situation. You have to be proactive. You have to go get this. If you're listening to anything that he's saying, he's been hustling forever. And he just never gave up on himself.
Right.
You know, and his main thread is telling you it's never over. Right. So continue, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's really the thing. Like a lot of people, you don't need to know every step of the process for where you're trying to go. All you know is you focus on the next step instead of the last step. Right.
Preach.
So do what is in front of you. Right. So when you have a goal, and I'm telling everybody advice that I had to give to myself, right? I would think of what I want to accomplish, and it's so big, I'll never get there, right? But if I think about it in terms of what is right here that I need to do, if I wake up today, did I either get closer or farther away from where I'm trying to get? And if I got closer, then it was a good day, right? So it didn't matter that, okay, now I had to go to, I basically procrastinated going back to school because like, I don't got 2-3 years to go and finish that degree, man. And then 2-3 years passed and I don't got the degree.
You got the degree and you still in the same spot.
And then another 2-3 years passed, right? So it was basically like a decade almost before I went back to school. I just had to bite the bullet and say, this is what I'm going to do, right? So, and then I was lucky enough to get connected to that NSBE organization, which the way I am, all I need to do is get in a room. Once I get in a room, that's it.
That's it.
Right?
You were the same on that.
Right. So I get there and I got all of these job offers and I'm like, oh my God, I don't know. Am I gonna go to Deloitte? Am I gonna go? Listen,
it hit different when the skill set is up, resumes in place. Now you got the experience. Now you got the connect. It hits different when they see that degree or whatever it is now, and you're in front. It's such an important thing what you did as far as reinvesting in yourself to getting your skill set up, because now that makes you more of an attractive candidate. Now they're coming to you. Now you have choice. You know what I'm saying? As far as what you want to do. Continue.
And that's the thing. So it was sort of like, and one thing I'll tell people, if you're trying to get into any field, but especially this technology field, I didn't really make any money off of those games that I released, but I released them, but they served to give me something to talk about when I'm in those interviews, and they served to prove to whatever employers I was looking at that I'm not just doing this for a check. Like, I care about what I'm doing and I have my own projects, whether I get paid or not. Right. So in 2015, I'm in my last year getting ready to get the bachelor's, and we release Ariel's World.
Let's get right to it.
That's 2015. It's a 2D platformer, everything that I wanted it to be, and I did it. And that was in development from 2012 to 2015 when we released it. And I just did it every day. It wasn't about getting paid. It was something that I wanted to do, and I did that on the Windows Phone. And I chose Windows Phone because it was a new market, and I wanted to get some of that burgeoning app ecosystem highlights, right? Because it's easy to shine when you're not trying to play with a billion other people.
Other people in the space, correct?
Right. What they call that is niches for riches, right? So you choose that small niche and then cultivate that, right? So release that. It was, for a time, I think for like a week, it was the #1 paid 2D platformer on the Windows Phone. That doesn't mean much because nobody bought Windows Phone.
But you was up there. You was up there, though. You was up there. We ain't gonna minimize. We ain't gonna minimize Windows Phone coming in hot. We ain't gonna minimize.
I'm gonna say this, right? And this is how this is gonna bear fruit. So when they come to you for the Game Pass check,
I'm trying to get it.
You're gonna say, I was on this platform before, right?
Back when y'all was using XNA.
No doubt.
And I was here when you were nothing.
They're gonna look at you and say, alumni.
Let's go. You know what I'm saying?
You walk these halls.
Brother, this is super inspiring. I mean, the gems you are dropping right now are tremendous. You got people in the chat are saying, yo, I'm finna go back to school. You know what I'm saying?
You
like,
should, man.
Shout out to Delilah HD. She's like, hey, Windows Phone helped my career. Brother, this is powerful gems you are dropping. I just got to cut you for one thing, because I know we got a big show and a lot to talk about, but we got to show them a little bit of what you've been working on, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
We got to show them a little bit, because this is bigger, you know what I'm saying, than just a game. This is a universe. We're going to get into, this manga. This is comedy. This is a novel. So without further ado, let's hit the music. Check it out. Mics are hot.
Do
Mics are hot. But
something
we had
in
to
this vein.
Yes.
I mean, fellas, like I've been thinking for a long time.
Yeah,
we need a game.
right there.
Yeah, bro. Listen, man.
It reminds me of a game called Battle Crashers, like the anime.
Battle Chasers.
Battle Chasers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, first off, loving salute, brother. Loving our style, loving how you're approaching this, because what you're doing is very different. You know what I'm saying? What you're doing is you're creating Everborn, the Everborn Saga, from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is this universe that encompasses so much. And what I like is your world building first. You got comics, you got the novel, you know what I'm saying? And there's a game separate. So explain to the people what they just saw. Talk to us about this Everborn Saga. Let's get to it.
I got you. Okay, so now I'm just gonna wrap up that history lesson because it leads right into this. I'm getting all these job offers. I end up going to work for Citigroup as a technology analyst. And from there, I went to another firm, which I'm at now, so I won't tell you the name of it, but I'm now a lead software engineer, right? Now, I say all of that because all of that is still for the main goal, which was to create this set of games in this universe, which I'm getting ready to get into. So I get up and I go to work every day. And I use that as a way to fund the main dream. And so, and I talk to my son about this all the time. He's like, I'm not really a desk job guy. It's like, I'm not a desk job guy either. I use the desk job in order to fund the real dream. So that's still a part of the work for the real dream, for where we're trying to get. And all of that is along this path. So now what you just saw, that is the animated trailer for Everborn. We are working on a pilot for an anime series, and that's just like a small taste of it. But where all this came from is we released Ariel's World, right? And I said, when I said I wanted to make a second one, I wanted it to be cross-platform. I couldn't just make it for Windows Phone anymore because that didn't exist. Right. And I couldn't port the code that I had because it was a whole different platform, and there were some tools, but it wasn't this one-to-one thing. So I said, I'm going to start working in Unity, and I'm going to make a new game. And I started making a new game, and I said, you know what? I want to have a story here, right? And so I started working out this story where Ariel's uncle gets kidnapped, and then I start drawing out those characters, and then I start saying, okay, well, if this character's here, and this is his uncle, and then he got kidnapped by Magnus. Well, why did he get kidnapped? Who's Magnus and what does he want? And then I start telling that story. I'm like, you know what? I might have to make a map. And then I start making a map, right? And I got this whole world map. And then I was like, okay, well, I got this map and I got these characters, but what are they doing here? And notes become like character bios become backstories. Those backstories become full-on series where I'm like, you know what? I can't, this is bigger than a game now. It started as just a Windows Phone game called Ariel's World. And I just wanted to add a little bit of story to it. And it turned into this whole thing. And when I realized I had enough for a comic, I said, all right, I'm gonna tell everyone, who these characters are. So we started with a series called Prince of Arcadia, right? And that's your uncle who gets kidnapped. Baltimore. This is the book right here. This is this is Prince of Arcadia Ultimate Edition, chapters 1 and 2 bundled together.
Now, where can they get this? Can they get this, sir? Where can we get this, sir?
You can get this
on the Kindle store.
You can. As a matter of fact, you can, but you can also get it on EverbornSaga.com.
We got the links in the description. We got the link. We can put the links in the description right now, so they can cop that, as well as the Kickstarter. We ain't gonna forget that.
We coming to that right now. This takes place 30 years before the events of Ariel's Adventure, which is what the Kickstarter is for, right? So this is basically a prequel series. It's like The Hobbit to the Lord of the Rings.
Okay, I got you.
You
so you're pretty much doing what Microsoft should have done with Locke in Halo 5.
Oh my God! We get a backstory.
Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not wrong, but see, real talk though, they did give him that Nightfall movie. You remember that?
They did. Nobody watched that though. Let's be real.
I watched it.
It was in the Master Chief Collection. Yeah. They put it on Netflix later, and I like Locke. You just can't put Locke next to the Chief. You can't put
it would have
needed
been
to stop
way
that.
better. Like, how is it that you put more effort into a backstory on a character than a multi-trillion-dollar company?
You disrespectful. They definitely.
I'm being real though. Like if they would have took the time like he did, like, okay, who's
They gave Locke a
where's Locke come
backstory.
from?
But it's
They needed to give Locke his own game,
That's
like an
what I'm
ODST.
saying.
Yeah, my camera wild. There you
And
go.
don't put him next to the chief like I'm gonna be rooting for anybody else but the chief. Listen, I damn near like hated the Arbiter in Halo 2 because I'm like, can we get back to the chief?
Forget about Halo. Stay focused. Let's get back.
Okay,
on
sorry,
it.
I'm sorry.
Stay focused.
Don't get me started once we get on Halo. Anyway,
Let's go.
so we did this backstory basically the same way I built Star Tennis, which was it's not the main story, but it will teach me how to tell a story, right? Because I never made a comic book before, and I'm damn proud of it. But it's going to teach me how to tell the story, and so we did. Prince of Arcadia.
We gotta get these super chats because
they're going crazy for you right
you're
now.
having people.
You having people stop in their
really
tracks right now. This is crazy soft. You got to get these. I'm
All
sorry,
right.
brother. Sorry, everyone. This is real.
Let me see. All right, Shane Tomlin with the £5 super chat. I will never understand the mentality of anyone who hates for the color of someone's skin. Your story has made me feel sick to my stomach. God bless. I mean, that's the reality of a lot of places, but living in New York City, like
during that era,
it's definitely a thing. It's a very sad thing. We didn't ask, but were the arresting officers in that situation, were they officers of color?
Some of them, yeah, but they'll treat you worse. But we're not even going to talk about that.
That's a whole another conversation.
But where he was at, he was in a sting trap, and all he did was give his boy a ride to New York, and his boy took advantage of a situation that he put him in peril. And a lot of times, you got to really understand, guys. Listen, possession is 9/10 of the law. And when you're in a situation where you're doing a friend a favor, good intentions, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. You looking out for somebody, you doing something for somebody, you don't know what's going on with that individual and what's his purpose. So, be cognizant of what's going on. But good thing that he had a sister to look out for him and get him out of that situation because right now, brother, I'm going to order your comic book and support you all the way through. So let's keep it going, guys. And I expect everybody that's here, that's watching, that's in an earshot of my voice, look inside the chat, get the links, go pick up the comic book, learn more about this, because if you like that anime, trust me, the brother's got deeper layers. Let's go.
All right. So hold on.
We got Suicide Kings $5 super chat for these gems being dropped. Thank you.
A lot of gems, brother. A lot of gems. Continue.
Yeah. And we got Wilbo Gaggins making his return. $5 super chat. Shout out to Everborn, one of my favorite panelists on Double Barrel Gaming.
Oh, that's
shout out to Boom for giving my brother an opportunity.
Appreciate that.
Salute.
That's my brother, bro.
What else we got?
And we got Thomas Whitaker with the $5 super chat. If you need VA work, hit me up. I'm trying to build a portfolio.
I will actually do that, sir.
Yeah, hit the DMs, brother. We working. What else we got?
And we got Lady Saying with the $100 super chat. Thank you so much, Lady Saying. First time catching you guys live, paying my dues for all the great content. Love Everborn and the positivity, energy, and strategic direction that he has taken. Keep up the good work, ILP. Throw the haters and your doubts in the bushes, and may Windows Phone rest.
She had to throw the Windows Phone in there.
Yo, haters and the doubts. Had to go.
Let it go. Salute, ladies. Said thank you so much. Yeah, a lot of gems. This is super positive. Continue, brother. I know we got a lot of show, but
I'm gonna get through this. I'm gonna get through this real quick. So we did that series because before I told the Ariel's adventure story, I wanted to make sure I was on point and I knew how to tell a story in this medium, right? And that is what leads us to that Kickstarter link you just shared. So we are launching chapter 1 of Everborn Ariel's adventure, and it really adds the story to what's happened in the game from all those notes that I wrote years ago to come here. And it is, the road is very long ahead, but just getting here, like I'm humbled to be here. So what I will ask everybody is that link to the Kickstarter, you can get it
right now.
Cool. please click on that link and click notify me on launch. We're going to launch at the top of March, but it helps us with the Kickstarter algorithm so we can get projects that we love. I think there's 62 people following it now. We want to get it to 100, and that'll really help us out for day one. And listen, if you don't got it, I understand. You could just share the link out, and that's even good enough. But please click that notify button.
Yes.
Now, so we have the Prince of Arcadia series. We are launching Ariel's Adventure Chapter 1. We have another series that's getting ready to come out in a few months called The Redlands. And that's sort of like the Wakanda of the Everborn world, right? That's sort of like the
I seen it behind
Egyptian,
the scenes on that one.
You see some of those.
You sent me some flavor. I was like, oh, when that one come, they ain't ready for that one. I already know.
Yes, and that's really the other side of the world. So, and then we are adapting the novel that I wrote called The Remnant. So what Everborn is really like the story of a never-ending war between what we call seraphs and paladins. And seraphs are people who can use the magic of the gods, and paladins are people who can't. So if you're into Harry Potter, think wizards versus muggles.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Yes.
Right. So that's really what it is. And Ariel is what is known as the Promised. He is the one to put an end to the war. And the Everborn is Magnus. Magnus was the basically the first demigod, right? And he is immortal. He was locked away about 300 years prior. And when he was locked away in what we call the Great Enmity, all the seraphs after that were hunted down by humans. Think about like the Salem witch hunt. Right. So they have been.
Hold on, Attic loves it. Attic.
This feels like a story coming out of like Elder Scrolls.
Listen.
This feels like, like you go in an Oblivion Gate, and all this is going back behind that. Like,
yes, and that's really what we're trying to do. And so now Magnus is the Everborn because he's the only immortal in this world, and the series is actually named after the villain of the series, right? Okay, that's the dude with the horns that comes out at the end. Yeah. So he is the Everborn, and they've basically found a way to bring him back so that they can take over the world again. Bring back the age of the Seraphs.
That's right. Bring back the age of magic.
So wait, that son at the end with the that son at the end with the dark face and the horn.
Yeah.
That's him? Oh, he the Everborn.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Oh, so he the problem.
Right. So Ariel is the Promised, and Magnus is the Everborn.
Yeah.
And
so
somehow
it's about the Everborn.
Right. So now what happened is Baltimore from the Prince of Arcadia series, he was next in line to be the king of Arcadia, but when he found out what the prophecy was and who the kid was, he knew he had to keep him safe. So he basically kept him in hiding his whole life.
Kept the chosen one.
Right?
Okay, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing.
He gave up his throne and just lived with the wolves in Ithrin. So Ariel doesn't know all of this yet, and that's what the series is about. Him finding out who and what he is.
Quick question: who's the wolf kid next to the king? Me and Attic need to know who's the wolf.
Okay, that is Riley, and I'm going to tell you how he is basically the prince of the Wolf Kingdom, right?
Don't give him all the meal.
All right.
Don't give him all the meal.
I'm telling you how he was created, though.
Okay.
Riley, his name is Riley because my dog, Riley, it was a Yorkie. It was like my best friend. When I was broke and it was just me and my son.
King got
it was me and it was me, my son, and Riley. Oh, and I didn't tell you.
Suicide King is mad. He said, "Should I be muted?" Spoiler. Like Suicide King is mad. He like we giving up too much.
You understand?
Yeah, we gotta stop.
Everybody want to buy the book.
We gotta stop. Yeah, we gotta stop. We gotta let this sell, brother. We gotta let this sell.
So, question, Everborn. Do you like this entire epic story that you have? Do you have it already all planned out in your head, like where it's going? Or
listen, I have literally hundreds of issues planned and written across the 4 series.
Wow.
There's a novel that is done right now that's going to be
that I can't find anywhere. I can't find it anywhere.
That right there, we're going to adapt that. We might do another print, but we did a limited print run, and then I think it'll get better received because
Hold
basically
on.
what that
Neo Mental, they drop it. I gotta interrupt you. Neo Mental is dropping a bomb right now. He said he need to tweak the Kickstarter link and pin that to his Twitter profile. That is 101 marketing, brother. He's on to something.
We'll make sure the ILP account.
Yeah, we're gonna get real busy on this because I like Black Sands and I'm pretty sure you understand who Black Sands is.
No, I know Manuel Godoy very well.
Thank you.
He's launching his app and Everborn is one of the features app. That's my man. I was talking to my son.
Yeah. Okay, so you understand, like I support him. I support the stuff that he's doing. So this is we're gonna talk very heavy after the show.
Yeah, off the
yes, sir.
Right.
Yes,
but,
sir.
Don't give them all.
Don't give them all.
I'm not. But I do.
But tell me about the dog, man.
Yeah. So
don't give everything, but tell about the dog.
What? Because I'm also a single father. I didn't want to get into all that part, but I raised my son, just me and him, since he was 8. Right.
That's what's up.
And it was me, him, and Riley. And Riley passed away on Thanksgiving 2016. Right. And every Thanksgiving I think about that because that was like my other son, Riley. Yeah. So in a way to immortalize him, I created that character, and that's what led to the whole wolf colony in the Everborn story. Anyway, so all of these characters in these stories are really related, like, to me in some way. So when you look at Ariel, a lot of his traits and his personality come from my son, right? When you look at the Remnant storyline, that character, Alice Ravenwood, is based off my lady, right? And so it's all very, like, you guys won't see it. It'll just be a fun action thing. But for me, it's all personal.
All I know is you just told me a little bit of your story. It's like, man, BioWare, you guys ain't been making a good story in years.
Why you gotta slander real developers? Why you gotta translate this into slandering real?
I blame Microsoft for the sorry state of BioWare because they should have bought them after Mass Effect 1 came out, and we would have anyway. Don't get me started.
Your story sounds like something belongs in a Final Fantasy. Square Enix, where you at?
Oh no, listen,
it's gonna happen.
That's our job, is to spread the word.
He's putting in the work.
Soft, get the super chats, and then I'm gonna let Everborn get his balls off because we got to move
first
on.
Off,
we
gotta get to this.
Let's welcome Pong Soul to the round.
Oh, salute!
Put the crest in the chat for
Pong Soul, man. That's my guy. Salute to him. I was on there with Fun Speculation, Xbox Ultimate Podcast.
I was just watching Fun Speculation.
Yeah,
I just want to point out to people, I see this a lot. Like, if you want to tag me in the chat, like, @addict isn't gonna get me. Like, my name on the chat is Lord Gaming Addict. You have to say gaming before.
If you want to get my attention, put it in color.
Yes, King. Yes, King. We understand.
We know these prerequisites.
We know the prerequisite in communication with you.
King said, "I do see color."
He do see color
because actually, I don't have my reading glasses. So the only thing I do see is
finish the super chat.
Then we have Andy Crawley with the $20 super chat. Okay, I just logged in. What's the link?
I'm in Canada. I added you, and I put the link, so you should have that by now. I did that right.
I'm in Canada, and salute to you, the Lords. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, brother.
Then we have Neo Mental. We read that one already. Thank you, sir. And we're good.
All right, cool.
All right.
Look, brother. We gotta.
I'm focused. We're gonna finish this here. So, Prince of Arcadia shows you the story from the Paladin side of things, the humans. The Remnant series, who follows Alice Ravenwood, follows things from the Seraph side of it, them being hunted, right? And then Ariel's adventure is sort of the main through line to all of them. It connects all the series.
Gotcha.
And then the Redlands is the other side of the world, who basically we need to get them on board, and that's going to follow a character named Karma, or her real name is Isis Amun, but we'll get into that later. You know how real that is.
I know.
We'll come back and talk about that another day. So that gets us to where we are today. And then the games.
Yes.
The game, you have seen a clip. I don't know if you have a clip we could show it to them. If we can't, that's fine. I
didn't get your permission, so I didn't put it up. That's why I was like, let me.
You can put it up. They can see it. So this is the first game in the series, but we are also working on a top-down action RPG a la Link to the Past.
Okay.
And
Oh
what
my
I'm
God.
doing with all of the Everborn games, they are all love letters to my favorite games when I started gaming in the 16-bit era. So we're gonna have a Double Dragon type game. We are gonna have a 2D fighters type game. We have these 2D platformers. All of those things will be
Like Deadly
in.
Moves.
Yes, yes, sir.
That's what I was gonna say, because you was like you waiting for Deadly Moves to be made again. I said you gonna make Deadly Moves. In my head, I said you gonna make Deadly Moves. But go ahead.
They keep messing around, like remember Super Dodgeball? If they don't,
Yes, sir.
if they don't mess around and make that again, they're gonna see an Everborn version. But that's neither here nor there. But the point is, that is our mantra with everything in the Everborn games. They are love letters to the 16-bit era of gaming, and we want to go across all of the genres that was out at that time and just put them in the Everborn skin. So that's Everborn. Please check out EverbornSaga.com. The link to the Kickstarter is right at the top of EverbornSaga.com, and it'll take you there. Just please click notify me on launch. And if I could do one last thing, is it possible for me to share my screen or not? If it's not, I was going to show them some pages.
Yes, you can share it. You can share it.
All right. So
I give you ability.
All right.
You should be able to share.
All right. Where's the share button? Is it the bottom? Oh, share screen. I got you. I got
There
you.
you go.
I got you. Okay. This is only going to take 2 seconds. I promise.
We got you.
All right.
Okay, but yeah, man, support. You see the links in there, y'all. There we go. Started the screen sharing. Let's go. There we go. Ooh, look at that art style. Look at that. Go back. You ain't go just green. You ain't go flat. Look at that. Look at that art style. Fire. Fire.
Again,
Continue.
I did not want to disrespect the Kickstarter community or anybody who is in this thing. And that's why I could have told this story day one, but I wanted to make sure that I had the right tools and the right talent in place. I have produced maybe like 4 comics that will never see the light of the day because they were trash. And it was only when it was up to the quality level that I was able to bring it. And every Everborn book has this symbol. This is our seal of approval. That's the Everborn seal. So when you see that, that's Magnus' helmet.
No doubt.
And we do something like these for the credits every page. And this, I do got to shout out Philip Johnson. We might be related, but we're not related as far as I know. He's the cover artist, so he did that one there.
Nice.
You
are related because you're from the Johnson plantation.
Oh yeah, Johnson clan. Johnson clan.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Mike and Sam, that's a husband and wife duo. They do the character and background art. DeAndre, he helped me edit this book because I can't spell to save my life. Nikki Fox Robot, she is the letterer. She's from the UK.
Salute to
and
the team.
Namish is from Portugal. He is the colorist on this book. So we kind of
it's a national flavor.
Yeah, people from all around the world for this book. So, and you can see here, this is Old Man Baltimore. You can see his helmet, his armor in the background from the Prince of Arcadia comics.
Nice.
Right?
Fire,
So it's
brother.
all these things are connected. And this is just kind of shows you that backstory I was telling you when the gods used to live with the paladins.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
This is what I'm talking about.
Oh, who that?
That's Magnus. They tell you
stop
that
giving them too much
Magnus
stuff.
story.
All right.
That's
Give
it.
too
That's
much,
all I'm
yeah.
giving them.
Enough.
That's all I'm giving them.
Go
That's
buy the
it.
book. Go
That's
buy
it.
that. Cop that. Hot. Right now.
Get to the store.
Get to the store
Get it
right
while it's
now,
hot.
man.
Get it while it's butter.
EverbornSaga.com. We're going to put it up there one more
Right.
time. You know what I'm saying? Get to the store right now. Support this brother right now. He's
You
out
gonna
here.
show a piece of the game?
You know what I'm saying? We showed it. We showed the joint. But no, the game. We're going to wait because I didn't do that today. Out of respect for his vision and the order that he's doing things. And I want him to show it when he even further along and we can come back. We got a whole thing with Everborn. We gonna bubble. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so that's the sales pitch and the history level lesson of how we got here. It's a very personal project to me. I can't tell you all of the tens of thousands of dollars I put into this thing just because I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't really party. I'm a family man and I do this. Yeah. This is my thing, and video games.
Salute,
so I thank you guys for giving me the time. I thank you guys for having me here. This is rare air, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate just the gaming community in general, because I had a podcast that we did for 2 years that was just on movies, and it is not as involved inviting as the gaming community. Like we got the console war stuff, which I find hilarious. Right? Like, and
I find really hilarious in a second.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. But real talk, like you guys engaged with me. Boom engaged with me. You got Boom let me on his show. You let me on your show. Absolutely. And I genuinely, truly appreciate that. And I thank you guys for having me here. I thank Boom. I thank all the guys because I had not gamed since really like Quantum Break was the last game I really played like that, other than Destiny. And
so you're playing greatness.
and I was out of it until the launch of this new generation. And I got a couple of PS5s and Xboxes here. And it's because of shows like this and Boom and Rand and all of those guys. Facts. You guys brought me back into gaming, which brings me in touch with my childhood again. So I thank all of you guys in the gaming community.
Yo, first of all, brother, your story, wow, tremendous, inspiring. You've been through so much, and the thing that people don't realize, you wear many hats. This is a husband, a father, software engineer, comic creator, a novel writer, game developer, animal lover, 4 different active series in production. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
that's not an easy thing.
Listen, and then on top of it, obviously we know the month it is, but we got to reflect on, being a dev of color, and being able to go through these challenges and still stick with the dream, still stick with the vision, reinvest in yourself, right? Get your skill set up to stuff, making the connections and not giving up. Even the things that you said, 1 year or 1 month that you look back and say, did that help progress me towards my goal? And you looked at it and said, okay, yes, that is, that I'm staying on that course. I'm staying on that track. You know what I'm saying? And salute to the team. You got a tremendous team behind you doing the thing, doing the damn thing. And the vision looks amazing. The chat is loving it. Delilah just said she copped the Ultimate Edition right now. She in. You know what I'm saying? So it's just cool to see it. And the Lords are always going to be down to support that. You know what I'm saying?
I do want to just shout out the missus as well. Like she is my #1 fan. And even when I was running late today, she was like, you got this show at 1 o'clock. You're going to show off your baby. You better be there. I was like, I'm trying my best. She's like, try harder.
That's right.
And she has always been there. She comes with me to all the comic conventions. She forces her friends to buy the books. Just shout out to you if you're watching. So
salute, bro.
Anyway,
you know she watching.
She knows she watching. and you did a tremendous homage to her. I saw on the Instagram as far as, you know what I'm saying?
There's a lot of significant others to be like, that's his thing.
That's his thing. Don't support it.
When it comes to like E3, like that's your thing. You go. I ain't going.
This is a brother that's traveled.
God forbid you hear that from somebody that you need the support from.
Facts.
Oh, that's you. Let me know when it's done.
Facts. I mean, I've been working on this for over a decade, so there have been other people that I was with that was like, that's you.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay.
They didn't stick around. Yeah, peace.
Now you got your right hand. So you're
that's
good.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So salute to you, brother. Again, tremendous stuff. I'm gonna run it back one more time. You know what I'm saying? And before we move on to the next topic, just so the people who just joined in, just they can see what's going on. That Everborn Saga.
Check this out. Check this out.
Check the business offline.
Yes, sir. No, real talk. I'll put you in touch with all my people. Bro. Just let me know whenever you're ready.
You already know. Cool. They business connected right now, live on air. Salute to these entrepreneurial spirits.
That's how life is.
But we do have a show
That's
going.
how life is.
I feel that. You know what I'm saying? Each one teach one. Each one help each other out. You already know what it is. Man, salute to you, brother. I got to ask you before we move on to the topic. That legendary topic, that question that we asked all the guests in the room. Besides the Everborn Saga, which we know will be in everyone's top 5 eventually, I need your top 5 video games or franchises of all time.
Oh, this is easy, brother.
Easy word. Let's go.
Legend of Zelda, obviously.
Skyward Sword.
Easy.
Let's start.
Let's go. I'm sorry.
All right, so Skyward Sword don't even touch Wind Waker, but we're not gonna talk about that.
God bless. God bless.
Attic approved.
God bless.
All right,
Put it on the
so
Switch.
okay.
God bless. Anyway, next.
Yes.
It's not on there yet, but Nintendo will sell it to you.
You know what God said first, right? Okay,
Buy Wind Waker again.
All right, so Halo, just because of all the memories with this thing, from the LAN parties in college to Xbox Live, keeping me in touch with people that have moved on to different parts of life. Even like, I'm gonna just say Halo, all of them. I'm not saying Halo 1 through 3 in the Bungie days. I loved what 343 did with Halo 4. They made Master Chief human, right? He was a superhero before
that, he was literally just a shell.
Yeah,
he was. And 343, this is why, and if you look at the graphics on Halo 5, they hold up to this date. And then the multiplayer and how they added the running in Halo 5. I love that game except for the story. And there's a lot of people who like to, in hindsight, jump on the bandwagon of Halo 5. But just because of the story. But guess what? It's a lot of games that won Game of the Year that not everybody loved the story, but the gameplay was so amazing. Now, I know that was your Game of the Year. Last of Us.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
Shout out to Overwatch.
I knew you was coming from me.
You know what's funny too is the fact that the same people that clown on Halo 5 are the same people that buy Call of Duty just for the multiplayer.
Oh, that's their business. That's their business.
Number 3, sir. Number 3.
Yeah,
No, but the campaign for Halo 5 was great. It's just the story wasn't as good. But anyway, playing it, gameplay amazing. So Legend of Zelda, Halo, Mario. You cannot, if you cannot come for the king. Mario is that guy. And shout out to Nintendo for forever reinventing that character. They did not whore him out the way Sega whored out Sonic. I'm sorry. Sonic was on this list, but the way Sega treated that character.
Sega had to do what they had to do once they no longer had a platform. And listen, let me tell you something. I was cool with the 4 dislikes, but after the man then shown his product and giving you his lore, I know those 4 dislikes. I will eat. 1 for Cog, 1 for me, 1 for Addict.
No, you ain't eating mine. I'm eating mine. What are you
talking
talking
about? I mean, when I say, I mean we as a team. But these 3 dislikes, throw yourself in the bushes. You're disgusting me right now. But go ahead.
No doubt.
All right, so Mario.
Yes.
And then we have to come to the Mass Effect trilogy. We're not including Andromeda.
That's right. Thank you.
1 through 3.
We agree.
We gonna act like that doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's the Mass Effect that should not be there.
Purchase Andromeda for real. Like,
you know what? I'm gonna have that same energy. Skyward Sword don't exist.
Okay, but you didn't purchase it. You didn't purchase it, so you don't get a chance to talk about it. Right?
Oh my goodness.
Anyway,
but you're gonna purchase it next.
No doubt, brother. No doubt. So we got
number 5.
5th one.
Street Fighter.
Okay. All right.
Can't deny the greatness.
And whoever wants it, please, Everborn Saga on Xbox or play. Well, if you want to play Street Fighter 5, then you got to hit me on the PS5. Everborn Saga.
Okay, baby, you hear this? There's fighting in the building. Okay. Last one. Favorite?
No, that's it. It's 5, right?
No, that was the 5. No, I meant to say last question. No, you got the 5.
I got you.
The 5 is good.
Those are the greatest franchises of all time. But let's go.
No doubt. Favorite console of all time. Any era.
There it goes.
There you go. Let's see where you at.
I already know what it is.
Let's see where you at. I think he's gonna surprise y'all.
Nah, he ain't gonna surprise me.
I'm not.
He ain't gonna surprise me.
He's
tied to this one. This one is tied to his soul.
Stop leading the witness. Stop leading the witness.
You know what's funny?
He does this every week.
That
every
word
tied
actually led the witness. That is true.
What we got?
You know what?
What we got?
I am going to surprise you a little bit.
Let's
I'm going to go with the Dreamcast.
Mm.
I'm going with the Dreamcast because
that is what happens when King leads the witness.
I would have died because I used ties because they was using the links from room to room to play his 360.
No,
and he had
no, not the 360. That was the original
OG Xbox.
OG Xbox.
OG Xbox. Yeah, 360 had it.
But I have to go with the Dreamcast because that was the first time.
Savage.
Yeah.
That's the first
Savage.
The Dreamcast put me through college.
You got 10%.
No, but the Dreamcast brought us, or at least me. I know they were doing it before, but online gaming from the console with your dial-up, right? Do you remember Shenmue and all those discs?
Brother.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna talk about Sonic making the leap into the 3D world and it working, right? Like the Marvel versus Capcom, that was on the Dreamcast, right?
Yeah.
So and then just remember the what do you call it? The Tamagotchi or the Dama something? The screen that you put inside.
The MU? What's it? VMU.
Yeah.
VMU.
Yeah, so between all of that groundbreaking controller, just the amount of games that came out for that in that short amount of time, and again I had never played that many games on a system because I couldn't afford it, but because it was so easy to get those pirated games.
I hear that.
So that was and I felt so exclusive when I had never had the joy of having a system like that because I had it a year before everybody because I had the Japanese joint. And so I was just such I was the man with that console. I just have these memories to it. But
powerful, brother. Powerful. So yeah, Dreamcast was
that's I would say that, and I go back and forth between the Dreamcast and the Super Nintendo.
All right, fair enough, brother. So look, man, tremendous history. We got to move on, man. It's gonna be a 6-hour show. We gotta go on.
Knock this out right now.
Yeah, we gotta knock it out.
Congratulations on the longest intro ever in ILP
history. We definitely broke records, but it was for the right thing. It was for the right thing, and it's a pleasure.
I don't think we had a guest that came on with so many layers.
And they captivated for so long.
Respect.
Respect, for sure.
Thank you.
We're going to get into it, y'all. I'm actually going to move forward on the poll because that will take even longer. But we already got a winner on that. It's up, like I said, LogNet right now, and we got a new poll coming. But we got to get right to it, y'all. We got to get right to it. King is up. I will frame it. PS5 SoC. Right, so this seems to be the hot button on Twitter. PS5 SoC die shots reveal. This is according to HardwareTimes.com. And a fairly trusted source, a read. Real RDNA 1.1 GPU and Zen 2 CPU cores with cut down FP units. And basically, the die shots has been out there, has been floating out, has been analyzed by a third party, revealing some unexpected details, and while confirming the rest. For starters, it looks like the GPU on the PlayStation 5 console isn't a full-fledged RDNA 2 design. Instead, uses an RDNA 1.1 design, which is basically the same as RDNA 2 without, some exceptions there. They also go on. I want to shout out my man, Lord Mods from LordsGaming.net. We got to put the LogNet in the building right quick. And he also talked about it as well in his article in reference to a Twitter user. I believe his name is Fritchinson Fritz. And pretty much that the things that they said that stand out is obviously the lack of the Infinity cache and the lack of a unified L3 CPU cache. So there was a couple of rumors about that earlier. So this has caused the Twitter, firestorm, about what's not included with the PS5.
Took a lot of King's spare time this year.
Yeah, it takes a lot, and this has been going on about what the PS5 did or did not have. So, King, I am going to give it back to you because you could not wait to bring this to the realm. So, what's that? What's that on y'all?
Yeah.
Fan fest.
Why it's fan fest issue? Let's go. What's going on? Let's talk to him. Why did you want to talk about this topic, sir?
You down
Why
with
are you-
SoC? Yeah,
Why are you using FanFest? You showing the FanFest thing and acting
You
like
know what
like,
it is, right?
I
You
don't
know what
man.
it is? It's called fan service. You down with SoC? Yeah, you know me. So I couldn't wait for the die to come out. Because a lot of you guys died when the die came out. A lot of you guys, it's RDNA 3. Let me tell you something, Gene. It's not.
Yeah, I will admit, like a lot of people took an L because of this news.
Took an L. They gone. I don't want to see their face. Like you just go disappear.
Hey, King, have you seen though all of the infighting and the turning on each other as the fallout of this RDNA 3 thing?
What Phil does. This was Phil. This is the Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius effect. This is what it does. See, because in the beginning when he said we will not lose power, I'm telling you right now, we not losing power. You dudes was like, I'm gonna listen to Mark Cerny because he said send me his ears. So I'm gonna send him my ears.
Oh my god.
So what happened now? It came out. We looked under your skirt, and what happened?
Jesus Christ.
We see what a mess it is. What's going on now? The curtains do not match the drapes.
Oh, damn. Oh my god.
The situation is not what you said it was. And we understand right now you are severely lacking. We done caught you in the corner and you're getting this work. And I don't care what anybody say. But the Xbox is RDNA 2. AMD came out and said that only the series, only, and they didn't say Series X because I know you're gonna talk about Little Man. Little Man better than you. Little Man bench press more than you.
Oh my god.
Little Man is RDNA 2. Little Man is cheaper than you and he do more work than you. Little Man out here working. See, this is for all those dudes out there that got an S and it was like, I don't know. Nah, bro. You know now. Now you know. So when those games is made exactly.
Nova said PS5 was catfishing players.
Wow.
Yeah, it definitely did. Because it was telling them that it was going to be a next gen console and it's really not. It's a PlayStation 4 plus.
Oh
so
my.
Now that you got your PlayStation 4 with it has a very nice battery inside. God bless your SSD. But as we know, your SSD ain't really all that fast because a lot of times that Xbox Series S and that Series X is loading up faster than you. And I told you, God forbid we load faster than you.
Oh, what game? I remember you saying that.
Well, we're not even talking about that. We're talking about what you're truly lacking, and you're lacking features. You're lacking the fundamental features of the next generation. This is the building blocks.
But King, PlayStation insiders, YouTubers, and so they were saying that they had the information that it was RDNA 3 and
who was
it
that? Rat Tat?
I choose not to say names of the
I don't know
people.
who it was.
I just know that
it's not in color. We don't know what it is.
I don't know.
But King, so are you implying that we should not listen to people who are claim to have insider sources as far as the architecture of a console?
Let me say something about that.
Yes.
I'm not even implying don't listen to people that say they have insiders. I'm saying don't listen to people that have a zero track record with their insiders. Like it'd be different. Like you got you a Rand or a Jazz or a Diller that have been right more than they've been wrong by far.
Attic, are you implying that some of these insiders may have their own agendas to what platform they prefer and thus
exactly
the information they disseminate?
Like they're insiders, they change like that. It's like they when the narrative changes, they insider changes. when they go posting that needs to be done, they insider go posting.
You stupid.
Why is the goal posting that needs to be done?
I notice now. The trend is.
What's the trend now?
The dudes is coming out on PlayStation. Now these so-called insider dudes or whatever, now they're starting to tell the truth and it's starting to spin
the
on
whole
their
truth
head.
and nothing but the truth.
Oh,
That's
man.
So help you God. So help you God. It's the least powerful. Let's get to it. The resolution is not as. Are we seeing a trend? Are we seeing the return of the Xbox One in a different skin?
Real quick. Like Guys, be a little easy on Chris Hart, man.
Man, they bombing. They going crazy.
Nah, let him have it.
Jesus.
Let him have it. Let him get this work.
Let him get this work. Listen.
Sometimes you got to beat Junior to let Junior know. You gotta let your little brother
this is discipline. This is discipline for false information.
This is you got to stop them in the infancy before they grow.
So are you saying, King, that when it comes to this, this is tough love for Chris Hart?
He gonna get an S. He's gonna get an S. You gonna bend the knee. You know why? Listen, to hell with it, man. Let's shame the devil, man.
Shame the devil.
Yo, SoC is trash, bro. Like they are charging you $500 for what now? Why
does that diminish everything else though?
No, why? Okay, so now they charging you $500 to support a SSD that's not really doing what it's supposed to do. You don't got Infinity Catch. We don't got
Chris Hart. He's so scared to say anything in that chat. He hasn't said nothing.
Leave him alone.
Because the work is here. I told you I was coming for the smoke. I told you when your SoC come out what was going to be, and it's exactly what I said it was. And y'all was like, "Nah, King." Yes, King. Yes, King. So if you hear now, you little creeper, and you want to take a clip. Take this clip. Take this
you applying people take clip? You want them to take this one?
Yeah, the little creeper in the background that's always looking. Get your TV off top of the dresser and take this clip down right now. Your SoC is lacking, bro.
Oh my god!
But it don't work. It doesn't matter for you because you picked your TV up off the floor. God bless you.
Just so I clarify,
yes,
your TV can't be on the floor, can't be on the dresser. Is there any other place the TV can't be?
Get a TV stand.
Okay, so it's got. Can I put my TV on a wall? Is it okay there?
Yes. That's what they do. You can take the legs off and put it on a wall. You can don't leave it on the dresser, man, next to the lotion. Have your TV on the dresser next to the lotion.
Moving on, so get the super chats, and I need Everborn after the the super chats.
We got Squirrely down with $2 super chat. The Everborn Saga is going to be fire front to back, no doubt.
Absolutely, thank you, Squirrely, brother.
Sure. And we got the rubber knob with the $10 super chat. Lords, have any of you played Man of Medan? It's on Game Pass. Check it out.
Yo, I was gonna join you yesterday. He asked for a friend looking for him yesterday, but I was in the raid. I was gonna join you yesterday.
You can't actually join him. I don't want you playing that.
I know you told me.
Check it out and let me know.
Be the first time, man.
If anyone in the realm is up for a run on the sequel, hit me up on Xbox. No doubt, no doubt. Then we got Pixel Bit G with $2 super chat. There are no Sony insiders confirmed. Then we got J Mo Money.
He said it, not me.
This is the banana and the tailpipe king is saying.
So look,
we got both logos going on. Right
listen, man, there's a lot going on. Obviously, it's been a funny week with all this stuff.
Right, here comes Cognito.
No, I'm not. I'm giving it to Everborn. Relax yourself. Look at you. Look at you thinking I'm going to say something else. I'm ready to give it to the guest. You're already mad that I might have something to say. Anyway, shout out.
I want smoke. I don't want reason.
There we go. Before we give it to Everborn, Lord Roughness, £5 super chat. My God, King, shots fired.
Lord Everborn, man, what did you make of all of this stuff? What's your thought process on the PS5 SoC revealed? And from a tech standpoint, like what's your thoughts on all this?
What did I make of it? You mean after I put down the popcorn? Right?
Yes, sir. It's entertaining.
You don't have to put the popcorn down, dude. You can think and eat at the same time.
It was straight comedy, right? So I will say on a technical level, they are both custom pieces of silicon, right? Like that's a fact. Now, I will also say that spec wise, the Xbox is more powerful than the PlayStation. Like we don't need to have that argument. What I found so interesting is how I think a lot of people expose themselves as sort of not, they pretended they didn't care about power when they heard the Xbox was more powerful. Then when they had the bone to grab onto RDNA 3, then they cared about power again. It's always about power. It was about power when they were counting blades of grass in Call of Duty in 2013.
And
GTA. It's about power when they look at crowd density. It's about power and performance when Digital Foundry tells you one scene that's literally in the bushes.
That is true.
One scene in the bushes in Hitman 3 has a stutter. They care about it then. So it's all sort of bragging points. But as a developer, I'll tell you that I think we get really caught up on all of this hardware talk. And I think the focus should be more on what are the end results of what gets displayed on screen, right? You know, we can say RDNA 7 and 8, but what is that? What does that translate to?
Facts.
Right?
Yeah.
So
it translates to Everborn looking better on the Xbox Series.
You know what's funny, man? You just went from one of King's favorite guests to Everborn.
He's still fantastic because what he's talking about from a developer standpoint. You know, if I give you a toolbox with more tools in it, opposed to a toolbox with less tools in it, what toolbox would you prefer, developer?
The one
I would prefer the one where the tools were easier to use.
Okay, so
right?
Now that you got the easier to use tools, but let's say they're lacking. let's say I give you a wrench that you know the special wrench the good one, right? But you know you only got a wrench. But you need a screwdriver for this. It ain't no screwdriver in your box.
No, I got a flathead screwdriver, but I need a Phillips.
Yeah. So are you gonna strip or are you gonna strip that screw? This is so to get to your point. This is what I'm saying is, I mean, we're not gonna gloss over this because I'm not letting this go.
No, and nor should you. I think so. So there's the one thing. So just the one thing is to look at these things in terms of, I do think we need to get away from the idea of thinking of things in terms of native 4K because you have all of these DLSS like technologies that we can use.
You're talking to solve
now. But
what do Microsoft machine learning? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Right. So, but here's the thing. A lot of people will say that, oh, well, you know, the difference in power between the machines doesn't matter because of those technologies. Right. Though I would argue if the series consoles, whether it's S or X, have more sort of bandwidth freed up because they're not rendering 4K images and they have that extra power, they can do more things. They can devote more towards AI. They can devote more towards anything else. So it still translates to more power, whether it is as simple as more pixels on the screen or more opportunities for game design.
My question is to you though.
Yes, sir.
Let's say we go this direction, like, because I'm 100% with you. I've always been the person, I don't care about, like, you know, necessarily like the 4K resolution image.
My favorite game last gen was Breath of the Wild, and that had like no teraflops. So I'm not super concerned.
No teraflops.
I'm not super concerned with all of these graphics and numbers.
I do feel like that the consumer base to this point now is so used to that 4K image. If we just started going back, it would be problems.
Right, but they wouldn't
even know.
They won't see it. They wouldn't even know.
And I think a lot of people today, if you told them something was 1440p and 4K, they wouldn't know.
They would tell you exactly.
No, a lot of people are waiting for Digital Foundry to tell them whether something is right. And
I think there is a difference between 2K.
My TV tells me.
Like, I do.
I'm not gonna say
no. What we're saying is
one of those people that's like, you know, all about the resolution thing.
I'm a
but I can even tell the difference.
No, but what we're saying is when you're talking about machine learning and DLSS, what it's doing, it's rendering it at a lower resolution internally, but what
it's presenting it at 4K,
presenting it at 4K in a way that's but it's indistinguishable from the actual 4K.
So it's like dynamic resolution. Like, is that
no?
Just think of it as a way to save performance. That's the best way to.
I'm okay with the 2K thing. You know, if they want to do the 2K,
right. But the thing is, but
my
to your
thing
point,
if it led to better games, like on a mechanical standpoint, I'm all for it. But I don't think that's the case. Like,
I think at the end of the day, I don't know that it leads necessarily to better games. Like what Everborn is saying, like it will leave a lot of overhead for all this other stuff that we would like to see, like better AI, all that stuff. The thing is, I think to your point, Alex, you're right. People who are used to seeing 4K images now would be like, what the hell if the resolution drops?
Shout out to Alex. Shout out to Alex.
Alex, shout out to Alex.
Shout out to Lord Alex.
Like, for a second there, I thought that
I was like, it was Everborn's government Alex.
I said, damn.
So I was like, he got his middle name in here too.
So the thing
that's
is,
what the AM is, Stephen and Alex.
So, like all of that stuff, the end consumer is never gonna see that. It's never, and that's the point. That's when you talk about how these machines are able to punch above their weight. This is the way. Right. Like
little man.
Native 4K is in the bushes for real.
Okay.
Right. Now, what we're gonna start seeing, the King is not liking this until he sees it, and then he can be like, "Oh yeah."
I'm gonna tell you this, right? We're in the transition period. Okay.
Right.
Until we get to that transition period, we're not gonna stop with banging on this resolution.
But here's the thing. But here's the thing about resolution. Even if you are using tools that makes, that cuts down on the overhead on resolution, that you still have a console that's on paper more powerful. Right. So you have all of that extra power to make
other things with.
Exactly.
What would happen?
So more power is more power is more power.
Regardless to what, right?
What would happen to ray tracing? Like,
well, that's the thing, right? So now we still in this middle ground, right? Where we have performance modes and we have graphic modes, right? We have 30 frames per second modes, we have 60 frames per second modes, but we have to give something up a lot of the time, right? The ray tracing.
Only one console is a juggling. So let's
that ain't true. That ain't true, kid.
There's only one See, Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer has allowed us to understand that
he's allowed us.
So all of y'all in the chat, this is a lie right now.
Are you saying
let me hear this.
You saying Phil Spencer's gatekeeping information?
No, he listen. He has explained to you one console is stable. Right? He said that this is where we are. We're not doing no variables.
Yo, okay, King.
King,
can I jump in on that for you?
Yes, sir.
Because I'm just putting on the tinfoil hat right now, right? Because I believe you. I believe that part of the reason for purchasing Minecraft and keeping it multi-plat is so that they could get in and get those NDAs that like, oh no, just show us what you're doing with the PS5. You need Minecraft, don't you?
We're not gonna tell anybody. Don't worry about it.
If you notice, every time there was some info that like the day before, so in the lead up to the console launch, some info dropped from Sony the day before Xbox dropped some other info to just say how they were better. So when the variable clock rates came out, you heard the day before Jason Ronald putting out a blog post talking about stable clocks, right? Every time, and when they were talking about the SSD, that's when the velocity architecture news comes out. Yes. I feel like they knew what was going on, and you heard Phil say, I was confident when we finally saw it. I'm sure they both have spies on each other, right? But I really feel like
if they not listening to their spies, I mean, listen, sorry.
Sometimes you're gonna get hit and there's nothing you could do about it. You can listen to the spies all you want.
Yeah, exactly. I think end of the day, what the advantage of the series consoles have in being full RDNA 2 is that when these other things, full RDNA 2,
I like that.
When
1.1,
when it does come time to start implementing this sort of machine learning on a regular basis, they are better poised to take better advantage of it. And like Everborn said, more powerful is just more powerful.
Like kick face right there.
Here's a caveat though, Sav. Now, what I would ask everybody on this panel, if you look at Demon Souls and Miles Morales on the PS5, even though it's less powerful, this is why I say look at the end result, the image presented on screen. What would you compare to that today on the Series X. And furthermore, if it's going to take a while to get to that power, who's to say Sony's not putting out a PS5 Pro in 2-3 years when when all of that becomes into fruition?
I would love to answer that question.
A lot of people will say Gears 5 Hive Busters now.
Yeah, beat that
looks
right now.
really impressive.
Love that game.
You know what I'm saying? And I get what you're going. You're making fantastic points. King, get your joint, and then
I'm gonna say this.
Yes.
PlayStation 4 does all of that.
Oh,
you can't tell me this can't be done on PlayStation 4.
You need to stop.
You can't tell me that. Miles Morales is on the PlayStation 4.
Without ray tracing.
It's all about the developer.
Right. Yes.
All right. Let's keep it a buck. Okay. They don't have dedicated ray tracing built into the hardware. All right. So their ray tracing is done by tricks. They're doing tricks to get their ray tracing out.
This is King. This is King Foundry. This is King Foundry right now.
They got to shake the box real fast and get the ray tracing out.
King Foundry.
Shake the box. King Foundry's lit right now. Continue.
I'm gonna tell you, it's not gonna end well for you. It's not gonna end well for you. All right, because I already seen the upper limits of your situation, and it's not gonna end well for you.
Upper limits.
All right, because it's easy to do what you did in the past. You got tools, like he said, and I was so happy that he said what was easier, right? They're using the same PlayStation 4 Pro tools. When Digital Foundry broke it down to you, what they're doing with their back-compat is all they're doing is pushing a PlayStation 4 game into a PlayStation 5 realm, right? And you get the frame rate or whatever. The same resolution, same everything. They're just pushing it through. What Xbox has done is either they up the resolution or they up the frame rate, and they do it in a different capacity, which will bowl better later. The development tools are mature now. You guys are in trouble. Okay? The SoC told you. There's like, you want to go to the second floor, but you only got one floor in your house. So think about it this way. RDNA 1 and RDNA 2. I got a 2-level home. You got a 1-level home.
Oh my God!
Okay, King. Did you say the PS5 is gonna need a 32X add-on?
They already got the expansion slot that they're not using. So you might as well put some extra GPU in there. Why don't you use that expansion spot since you don't got memory to expand in there, right? You're not using it for no SSD because we know it's not coming. So why don't you just use that to add some RDNA, another RDNA 1, so 1 + 1 make 2. You put that in that you're not using right now. Since you can rip the sides off your joint, rip the sides off and stick some RDNA 2 in there so you can get your joint up. Why is it $500? This is what I'm saying is, why is it the wings? Is it the
wings?
The wings. I can't with him. He doing the most. Listen, let's get the super chats, and then I'll me and Adam got to
clip this clip. Clipper.
Super chat.
We got Michael, aka Bedside's Finest, $5 super chat. Well, we got the fraud station, RIP to that big modem.
Jesus. I was waiting for this topic for it.
And we got Cedric H to the $20 super chat. Tell the truth, shame the devil. Then we got ATL, $2 super chat, leading the witness.
Oh my God.
Then we got the Liz, 22 with the $5 super chat. PS5 SoC is a C-grade stripper in the dark. Wow.
Oh, wow.
30 influencers hyping it up like it's the hottest
TikTok channel, a TikTok challenge right now, and it go like the red room or whatever.
It's the
savage.
It's a place that then somebody finally turned on the lights. Wow. Calling the PlayStation a strobe light again.
Back to the black sheep days. Continue.
Then we got Pixel Bit G, $2 super chat. PS5 sticks drift like Sony fan narratives. Wow. I think just today something came out, a breakdown about the DualSense, and I think that worries me even more. Like,
tell the truth. Tell it.
They
How
say
long it lasts?
battery life is a little over 400 hours.
And then you're
not battery life. Sorry, in terms of like
the life of the controller.
The life of the controller because of the haptics and all that. So 400 hours is not a long time.
Yeah. You're almost done.
Wow.
You playing what? What you play? How long you play? You play 200 hours. You got 200 more. Then you go buy the next controller.
You couldn't even play like an actual like day one raid on Destiny in the amount of time.
Savage.
That is
What else we
crazy.
got, so?
That's it. We're caught up. We're caught up.
Attic, your thoughts on this, sir?
I don't care.
All right.
It's I don't care.
PS5 SoC does not care.
Yeah.
Sav, did you get your balls on?
I mean, listen, I'm gonna call for order myself real quick because I'm no longer the technical gamer that I used to be. Like I don't have time to pay attention to this stuff, and it's like the discourse around it is just hilarious to me. Like it really is. Like I'm gonna be honest. Like at the end of the day, the end product is what matters. I felt the same way about
the end product on Sony kicking. So there's no denying that.
So at the end of the day, I'm that tech conversation. I said the same thing about all this talk at the start of the generation, where the comparisons, you're making comparisons on cross-gen games that are coming in hot anyway, and then a couple of weeks later, they're pretty much on par with each other. Patches and fixes, stuff that we're used to getting. So whatever, I'm done with the conversation. The funny part about it is that, when Everborn said, like, when it comes, people don't care about the narrative till their plastic of choice is winning.
Facts.
Right? And then the funny thing is that the narrative goes left. Like
quickly.
When people start talking about RDNA 3, dude, they're not going to give you, AMD's not going to give you technology they have not implemented yet into their own cards. Like you're not seeing that first on a PlayStation 5. Like, so that sort of stuff is just funny to me, man. But at the end of the day, it's a funny conversation to have. I'm amused by my timeline on Twitter.
Oh my God!
But after a while, I just had to mute it. Like I can't. I'm done with it.
I'll entertain all of it.
I'll jump in. Yeah, I mean, once the die got loose, you know what I'm saying? It's kind
once I saw it, I'm like, King about to go.
King about to go in. I already know where this is gonna go. I mean, I'm in the same boat as you, Saul. It's just like, look, I don't even pretend to act like I'm understanding the levels of hardware design on this intricate level. I know you're learning. Yes.
I'm learning just for the sake of arguing.
At the end of the day,
look, machine learning.
It's just funny, like Everborn said, like Saab said, with people, when they start throwing around terminologies and they start throwing around, tech, they clearly do not understand how it works. We just got to do this. Look, we just got to stop with the fake insiders. We got to stop with my guy knows a guy. You know what I'm saying? My man said this.
But Cog, that kind of only happens on one side, really, when you think about it.
You got some dudes on our side, too.
It happens on both sides.
I don't listen to them.
It happens on both sides, but the thing about
both sides. But the thing is the Xbox people are usually right. Like,
the Xbox people, they have something to work with. Like Sony is in that way has sort of reverted to being a truly Japanese company where they're very closed off.
Like, right, and that's what it is. So as a result, what's happening is people are not getting enough information on that side, right? So thus the rise of the insider on that side, right? The rise of the, you know what I'm saying? Well,
the questionable insider.
Of the guy that knows a guy, and my man.
And people have been saying.
Yeah. So at the end.
The Star Wars movie, The Rise of the Insider. Young insider.
King.
King. Apple team.
I know a guy that knows a guy that
says like
we
the
PS5's RDNA 3. What do you have to say?
Exactly. And the sad part
it's in the controller. Gosh, so never mind. Like,
it's released after the 400 hours.
King, we can't front King. This used to go on. I remember, and I hate to use names. I remember what's his name? Mr. Insider X back in Xbox One day. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, yo, it's a secret, inside
Xbox One day.
What was the remember song? The ES RAM? The ES RAM was the secret.
The ES RAM, the secret sauce in conjunction with the cloud.
Bro.
The power is unimaginable.
It's like 4 times the power of the Xbox. I remember getting caught up with this foolishness again.
And I was like, the cloud is gonna fix us.
I think here's the difference though. And I think this speaks to where, and again, it comes back to, Xbox at the moment being perceived as an underdog, and I would argue that they're the only ones that are positioned for what is to come. Right. Like Xbox or Microsoft is ready for the White Walkers to come.
Right.
And Sony is over there in King's Landing. right?
Got you.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Setting bombs ready to blow up the place.
Right.
What's funny?
But-
That analogy, Sony don't even need to get ready. Like the White Walker was dead by the time it got to the.
Good.
But the thing is, like I feel like, you know, when it comes back to all of this hardware talk, I don't think anybody cares. Right?
No.
Nobody really cares, and nobody knows what these things mean.
Correct.
And ultimately, it's going to come back to what experiences are you being provided.
Exactly.
And with this insider stuff, which is where I was trying to get to, but I had lost my point. But
You're back on.
I'm back. So the different mantras of those companies, Xbox, like Jason Ronald was on your show, right?
I was just about to go.
You know, all of these Xbox executives go and meet the people and talk to the people. You know them, you can at them. They will come to your show. They are a part of the community, just like we are. Sony is sort of like, we got the games, you want the games, F you, right? They are not going to come and talk to you because they are, I guess they're above that, or whatever it is.
They built the cachet of high quality games, which has allowed them to not be subjected to a lot of criticism or questioning, right? So this cachet is so high, and kudos to them. The games are bangers, right? So when you
doing that,
so when you have that, you know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, you know, sometimes you don't get the clear answer on things. Like we didn't get the clear answer on. Why is King laughing? Why is South laughing?
Because you don't see what Addict's doing.
You didn't see the whole thing. It was like he was getting ready for his close up.
I don't know what Lord Alex is
I had
doing.
Stuff in my hair.
Oh, okay, he was doing his hair flip.
No, but they don't answer questions about things because they don't have to, and they know that they've built, like you said, that cachet that their fan base will fill in the blank.
Exactly.
But Sony,
that's what they're trying to say, that they take their fan base for granted. They're wearing the members only jacket, and they're not looking at you when they talk.
Yeah, it's not the same level of interaction that you get with Xbox.
That's not the same Sony.
The point I was trying to make was that as a result of these quality games and these bangers, as everyone says, right? That has allowed them to cachet. But what also has happened is, because there's not enough information on questions that the base has, like, hey, when is it releasing? When is this going on? What do you have? Do you have backup pack? Do you remember these questions we did not know, right? It is now, to me, contributed to the rise of the insider, right? Because they don't know. So now all of a sudden the guy knows a guy that he thinks that's going, you know what I'm saying? And then people take it as gospel. Oh, my point is, let me get my balls off. The point with this is we gotta stop with the fake insiders. Go to the sources if you can. If, like I said, the developers themselves, right? The hardware manufacturers themselves. Right? We gotta take that. Everything else is grain of salt. You know what I'm saying? That's why when we come on here, we say it's grain of salt. Or we'll get, hopefully, a Jason Ronald, a Bill Stillwell, or a developer of said game, or we've had, you know what I'm saying,
but
or
you
Ben
even have developers that's capping out here, you know, talking about different things as far as insider stuff. You know, I truly believe what you guys are saying is true.
Right.
The lack of information coming from Sony leads to a lot of speculation, and it turns into people running with it as facts.
Exactly.
Which we, you know, believe with the SoCs, where they were talking about RDNA 3.
Right.
It's a custom architecture. Yes, both of them are custom.
Right.
All right, and both of them are lacking certain things that comes with the RDNA platform. I mean, this is me stop being capping.
Yeah, real talk.
The jokes are dead. My thing is, it is what it is now. Right. Own it though.
True. And that's where I was going. See, you just and where I was going is, at the end of the day, once the information now comes out, right? Don't double down because you boxed yourself into a corner spreading misinformation all this time. Now the facts is out. It is what it is. Let's admit any wrong misinformation that we may have done. I've seen a few actually do that and say, look, I was running with this narrative.
People don't.
Yeah, this is not true.
What about the other ones that started name dropping about this person and that person?
Right.
See, if you grew up where I grew up, it's certain people you can't do certain things with because that's the we caught crowd. Right.
Facts.
People are so quick to make these, bashing videos, whether it's Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, but when they're wrong, they're not quick to make that.
Quick.
I was wrong.
Thank you.
I was out of character. I stepped out of the gun. It's like even myself in the addict world has came out of the town to say that I've been wrong about something.
We've all been wrong about something.
But I've noticed that it has been on the Xbox side.
Right.
I don't see these PlayStation dudes willing to jump out and say, yo, you know what? My bad. I was capping.
I was running with, someone told me this, and then now, you know what I'm saying?
It is more powerful. Our SoC is lacking.
Right.
I don't know.
People were saying it had full RDNA 2. Yeah. People saying it has, RDNA 2. And again, all we're saying is, just admit when the facts come, just own that part. That's all we say because that's a lot of
sandwich.
You're ridiculous. Look, both are custom.
Loss, bro.
No, he's stupid. But last way, both are custom. You know what I'm saying? Obviously the full suite appears to be, Series X. Obviously there's aspects though, from what I understand, Everborn can confirm, like that from both systems. That, like, for example, if they may not have something, they may have a custom alternative. You know what I'm saying? For certain things, right? And go ahead, Everborn.
They both have advantages and shortcomings in relation to each other. Right. And I do think that the Series X is a more well-balanced piece of hardware just in general, and that's all on paper. And again, none of that matters. What matters is Hive Busters. What matters is Ratchet and Clank. That's what matters. Whatever Halo is going to be, Halo Infinite when it released, that's the only thing we should really be focusing on. And I don't think that it is. I think the big misconception is that Xbox guys only care about power. That is a lie. Xbox people talking about power is a reaction to what happened in 2013 and what happens every time there's a PlayStation game that performs a little bit better in a certain scenario.
Right. You know what gets on my nerves is, like, I run an Xbox channel, so when I make a video like a rumored acquisition, people are like, oh, you're always talking about studios being bought, you never talk about games. I'm like, don't blame me for Xbox always being in the news for stuff. Like, I can't help that you can't make PlayStation content because they ain't saying nothing.
Look, at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, like Everborn said, it's about the implementation. It's about the software. It's about the games. You know what I'm saying? And on both sides, we've seen implementation. We've seen Miles Morales. We've seen the greatness of that. We've seen Gear 5 Hive Busters, and we're like, wow. This is what I'm talking about as far as showing off Series X capabilities and Coalition really pushing things, looking phenomenal. And that's what it is. We just got to cut the fake insider stuff, own when we're wrong, you know what I'm saying? And that's it.
But one last thing, Cog, what happens when the company is lying to you? What happens when the company is telling you they believe in generations? This for you, King. What's happening when the company hypes up some of these things and lets their fans go and run with it as well?
Like that 3D audio.
Right.
I mean, that's
foster that kind of environment though?
So Sony's been very good at doing that. Like Sony, from the beginning, when Microsoft talked about we're going to be supporting the Xbox One generation for at least 2 years.
1 to 2 years.
1 to 2 years.
Oh my God.
And they turned it. I mean, they knew full well what they were going to do.
Right.
And they let everyone berate Microsoft. They did not step in and say, hey, we're doing the same thing. They just let Microsoft take that tidal wave.
Right.
And just they're very good at not saying anything. Right. And then when it does come to fruition, they act like, what, this is normal. The same way that when Jim Ryan, all of a sudden, when they asked him about
Jim Dance Moves Ryan, sir.
Excuse me, Jim Dance Moves Ryan. When he came out and they asked him about people's reaction to Miles Morales being cross-gen.
I don't know why they're so upset.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he's exactly.
What happened?
What about this?
Right.
Because you told us specifically that wasn't the case.
Right.
Like they've just been good at being able to do that and get away with it. Whereas Microsoft, because they've been more forthcoming, because they've talked to the press, because they've talked to podcasts like us, they're under a larger microscope of scrutiny. It always will be. And PlayStation is going to continue to do that. They're not gonna. You think they're gonna address this? They're never gonna address this. He's like they leave it.
They got no choice right now.
No, if you think they're gonna talk about this in any way, shape, or form, they're not. They're just
I
gonna
think
let it ride.
that if something happens this generation and somehow like Xbox is on top and Sony becomes the underdog, I think you'll see them change up completely. What Sony did was they got rich and switch. You know that term.
Yeah, of course.
So what happens is they're not addressing a lot of these things because they don't have to, and they know they have an army. And if we're being real, Microsoft would do the same thing as that if they were on top.
We've seen it on both sides. We've seen it on both sides. Yeah, we've seen when Don Matrick did it. We've seen it on both sides. When you're in the position of strength, right? Sometimes you don't feel like you have to be as transparent. Because you feel you have, again, this cachet that won you the last generation.
That's why,
and that's what the people will rely. They think people will rely on that. Continue.
That's why you should never hope a company fails, because the moment that there's no competition, you're going to have this with everyone.
And with everyone. And I've said it in the past. I like Microsoft being where they are because it keeps them constantly hungry. I don't want to see a Microsoft that dominates over anything because you do fear that's what's going to happen. There's complaints.
King is not about nothing you talk about.
I'm literally waiting for you. I want total annihilation.
I do not. But then you get complacency. Then what happens?
No. I don't think Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer will allow complacency to eat that in. Honestly, because you know why? I go back to all these conversations that he had with individuals when I'm standing right there and I'm listening within earshot. And Cognito told him, he said, I got one question for you, man. I don't have nothing else. What's up with baseball, bro?
Yeah.
What's up with baseball?
Asked for me. I know he asked for me.
Yes, and he looked him in the eye and said, we're working on it.
The thing
he looked him in the eye and said, we're working on it. Well, God darn it, Phil.
Took a minute.
You definitely did it. You're on to something. You saw the best baseball game in console. The best baseball game. And guess where it's gonna be?
You're ridiculous.
The thing is though, is like when it comes to something is this like Phil is allowed that kind of budgeting and stuff. He's able to talk to the higher ups with the the people. Obviously, they're not higher ups, but he's able to leverage. Look, we're down a little bit in the viewpoint. It's like I need this money so I can elevate our brand higher than it is now. If he was at the top, what's he gonna do? I mean, I guess we could just buy a studio because we're already on top. Like it's easier. Still agree with Saul. Yeah, okay, continue. It's easier to leverage money to make your brand better because you're not in first place than it is to leverage money and you're in first place. Like what? Why do we? I mean, we're winning there. Like we're ahead by everyone. Why do we have to do anything?
It is the classic sort of highs and lows of business, right? You would have thought after the PlayStation 3 generation where they had to fight, Sony had to fight back, right? Against the 360, going into the PS4, they did everything right. They repped indies. They had front-facing executives. You had Shuhei Yoshida. You had Gio Corsi. You had all these faces at the front of PlayStation engaging with the fan base. Yep. Exactly. So, and then what happens when they reestablish dominance? All of those faces go away, and we're back to being the way.
And what was the joint that I used to give them a lot of hell for? The forward facing, what is it? The PSX, the forward facing shows. Where there's been, and then they were talking about, remember, we're gonna have all these conventions, we're gonna have all these events 20 lined up. And we're like, okay,
exactly. Even if you look at the pandemic and what it's done to change that, right? Microsoft has still tried their best. You see Jason Ronald on our shows. You see the execs talking to the fans, and just. They've gotten away from it because, again, it's that high and low of business, the ups and downs. They're high again. They don't need to talk to anybody.
Right. I just think with the people that's in charge now and the board that is seeing the 20 million Game Pass subscribers, I feel first the board is hungry for cash. Right. Let's keep it a buck. Right, they're in the business.
They're hungry for cash, but if they're first, they got the cash.
Listen, you always want to grow that base, so you always got to feed that engine. Right. So you want that to be 100 million. The board wants that to be 100 million.
But if they're already growing to that standpoint, and they're already first in line, what would they have a reason to invest? They're already winning.
You need content.
I don't know, man, because when they were winning last gen, it was pretty still the past couple years. Like,
yes, it was, and I agree with you, but I think the philosophies and the person that was in charge had a different philosophy. They were only buying us timed exclusives.
I agree.
Second party deals, yeah.
And things.
I'm not referring to Phil. Phil probably would still push for this. I'm referring to the people that write the checks.
But I'd be afraid,
because it's harder to get that kind of money if you do. Like, if you realistically, sure, do they need it? Yes, to compete, to elevate the brand. But it's easier to get that money when they're in the second and third place, trying to get to first, than it is from first place. So like, where are we going from here? Like,
I'll be afraid because we all know positions don't last forever.
That's what I was just about to. That's how I go, King.
Yeah, positions don't last.
We
forever.
assuming Phil gonna be here for a long time.
And
if
I
Microsoft
think
was
honestly,
number one, I guarantee you right now, 100%, they never would have bought Bethesda. Never, ever would have bought Bethesda.
But I believe Phil. I think it's probably one more console.
Right. That's a long
and then
time. That's a long
Phil
time.
does probably something different.
Right.
He's in a different in space.
I don't even think it's gonna. I think we got a couple years with Phil, and that's
listen.
He's been there for a long time.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you this. That's the fair part with me,
right?
With who's in place, because we went from Peter Moore
to Don Matrix.
Brasco,
that's what I'm trying. Donnie Brasco. Yo, you stupid.
Donnie Brasco. Donnie Brasco. He was an informant. He was working for the other team, and he sunk us, bro.
That's Phil Harrison.
I have issues with Peter Moore, but
easy. We're not doing that. See, you was doing so well. You were doing so well.
We ain't going to Peter Moore.
We're not doing that one.
I mean, but listen, I think King's right in that respect. The guy in charge matters a lot. The fact that Phil is a gamer matters more than anything.
Absolutely. The sad part is Phil was in charge for a while and he couldn't do a lot. Like we're seeing
have the purse strings.
That's what I'm saying. Like, because of what Phil Spencer done this generation, because he was able to convince Microsoft something that, like, gaming, they were making pennies on the dollar compared to the rest of the company. He was able to convince them there is serious money to be made.
Yeah, he gave them the cash cow.
Like Game Pass was the cash cow.
Game Pass.
He was able to take the initial investment that they got. He was able to grow it to a point where they're like, "Yo, Phil, come over here and sit on the table with us." Like,
he flipped that money and they brought him back. Look, it was like, "What?
We gotta move on. Time.
Yeah,
we gotta move on. Jesus,
we are wilding today.
Right now.
We gotta finish up, man. We gotta. Let's get to this.
Yeah, what's up? So Super Chat's off.
I'm getting the side eye right now. Hold on a second.
No, it's crazy right now. It's crazy. We turned this into 5 topics.
Smitty Smith, $5 Super Chat. The PlayStation 5 is like the wizard behind the curtain in the Wizard of Oz. Don't come back here. The Book of X. Oh Lord, what a day. Brian, I $10 Super Chat. King, I'm just waiting for the SSD, the 13 teraflops, Mark Cerny secret sauce, pause, RDNA 3, believing in generations. When are we going to see a PlayStation 5 game that's not a DLC or remake of PlayStation Nation?
Thank you, sir.
Savagery.
That's what I'm talking about. They don't have any games.
Sony insiders be licking their wounds, and they just sound. They should spend the weekend camping out in the spiky bushes.
Oh, Lord. Spiky bushes. Jesus.
And we got Smitty Smith again, $5 super chat. Don't worry, the PlayStation 5's lives were built from the ground up. The Book of X.
He needs to stop. He
out
here. What else we got?
I think we're good.
All right, look, we got to move on.
Next.
This is crazy. I'll blaze through this. Look, Xbox definitely put out a post right now. Salute to the team, obviously. Jason Ronald and those guys currently holding the flag for back compat. But definitely want to shout out the original members, man, because the blog post came out at Xbox Wire, I believe. And Paul Ng, man. Paul Ng, senior programmer. Shout out to those dudes. That's part of the original, like, Bill Stillwell team.
Bill Stillwell.
Yeah, man. So salute to those. So pretty much they came out with an announcement that kind of surprised everybody. And it was just more about, how they had this extra overhead. They talked about this new program, Xbox frames per second boost, and how they got to use these new methods to get higher steady frame rates, visually more smoother, the whole bit, and just basically delivering stuff. And they showed 4 games. Obviously, it was Watch Dogs 2, Super Lucky's Tale, I believe it was Sniper, and one more other game, UFC 4.
Right.
So
that was crazy.
Right. So we're seeing improved frame rates, some up
that
to
UFC 4 needed something to make it possible.
up to 120 frames per second. So I wanted to bring this to the realm. You know, what do you guys think about this? You know, start with Everborn. You know, just in general, how does this stuff excite you, and what was your thoughts when the news was announced?
So, I'm very excited about it. I haven't played any of the games for it yet, but I think what this means going forward, because right now, you remember when the Back Compat team started and it was only a few games, and then they built that out further. I think this more speaks to the holistic approach that of Phil's strategy. So if we are effectively doing things like doubling and in some cases quadrupling frame rates on games, and we're doing this auto HDR thing, that is because these games will now live in the ever-growing Game Pass catalog. And so when people come along with them later, they really are moving past an idea of generations. And I said this on Boom Show a lot. Games are and should be timeless. Games are art. They are not disposable commodities. And what they're doing, because they're building a catalog that will one day be thousands of games, and especially first-party games at some point, all those games, as the hardware evolves, and even to a point where there's no hardware, the hardware is just in the servers, those, what people called old games, it's not old if you didn't play it yet, right?
Yeah. Something.
Thank you.
Thank you for saying that.
When you play that now, and you play it at 60 frames or 120 frames, and you're experiencing that for the first time, like that's it. And that's the thing that hooks you. It's not, what I hate is the meme that sort of Xbox got no games, because it's kind of like, what that means is Xbox doesn't have a specific type of game that Sony makes, right? That's effectively what
it's saying. Exactly,
right? And I think that games are broader than that. People play for different reasons. Some people are Western RPG players. Some people are first-person shooters. Some people like card games. Some people like The Sims, right? If I told you how much my little girls play Roblox, I can't show them no Halo or Destiny. Like it's Roblox all day. So what it is about is preserving games, which we lose. There's so many games that you can never get again.
King got his Xbox flag up while you talking.
There we go. Think about that game we talked about, Deadly Moves. How could anyone play that today if they wanted? Now imagine if that game still existed in a service and the performance was brought up to today's standards so that people could play it and enjoy it. So I think that this is an amazing thing for games, and game preservation is life. So games are not disposable commodities. They are art, and that is my rant.
Preach, bars. Addict, what you feeling, man? FPS Boost.
It's cool. It would have been a lot better if it was something that I cared about. Like a lot of people. I mean, dude, I only play my games. King don't come over here and play my games. You don't come here and play my games. I don't care about the games that was put in there, but
You're supposed to blindly praise Addicts.
I don't care. All right. Look, when they put Fallout New Vegas, then you have me screaming from the rooftops.
Exactly.
Guess what? New Vegas isn't in there.
Fair
so
enough.
You know, I like that. I like the concept of it. I like the ideal of it, and until they, I like it. But until they have games that I particularly enjoy, it is what it is. Like, I'm not going to sit here and go at someone because they don't like. You know, I don't like the sports games, but I understand Solve loves that stuff. So when they brought MLB The Show, I was like, it's cool. It's not for me, but you know, if it was for me, I'd be out here. But it's not. So I don't care. Like,
fair enough. I got it. Quickly, sponsor off because I know you're on time constraint. We all are. What's your thoughts?
Me? Okay. Yeah, I own 3 of the 4 games that are in the initial launch of this, and I immediately went. They weren't all downloaded, so I downloaded them. Like it's just it's transformative in a way.
Far Cry 5 instead of 4, though.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those things. Like I'm assuming they put the games up front that were running the smoothest, right? They probably tested God knows how many games, and these were the ones that were ready to go, running the smoothest for this launch. Yeah, man. Like once you play those games again, those games that you knew ran at 30 frames per second, maybe, even if you're not getting that resolution boost or whatever else you get with like whatever quote unquote true back compat, it's transformative for a lot of these games. Like Sniper Elite 4 is a fantastic third-person action game where you get to, you know, X-ray shoot like Nazis in the nuts and stuff like that. Like it's so much fun, but it ran like trash. On even 1X, it ran like trash. And now it is silky smooth, 60 FPS. I think yesterday I must have played, I don't know how, like 3 hours of it. Just because now it brought the fun back out, right? Same thing for Watch Dogs 2.
Watch Dogs 2.
I fell off of it just because, I don't know, whatever, I just was not in the mood for Watch Dogs 2 when it came out. And I didn't give it the time of day. Just to go back in to see that open world running at 60, it is impressive because it is, you know, and then again, to speak to some people on Twitter that started making comparisons to like PlayStation patches and stuff like that, each of those games, I believe, received bespoke patches for upgrades on the PS5.
Correct.
This is not a bespoke patch. This is hardware level, system level.
It's amazing what, you know, Jason Ronald and his team are able to do with what Bill Stillwell left with them, like in terms of the backwards compatibility. Like, like you think about it, like this isn't the only feature that's on the Series X. You pop in an old game. It's got the
auto
HDR feature. Like it is crazy the amount of details that they have went with backwards compatibility.
And it's bonkers. And like, to go back to what Everborn said, because I believe that too. I hate when somebody was like, I don't mess with old games. I'm like, games are not. If you haven't played it, how is it an old game to you?
Yeah, but I don't mess with old games till they give you God of War at 60 frames a second. then you hot.
I never understood that mentality, like I said, because I get offended by it actually, because I'm very big into the preservation of games. And I think what Xbox is doing ensures that these games stay in the mind share for years to come, and they stay relevant and viable for years to come in a way that they wouldn't if they were just locked away on their original platform. If you love gaming and you want to continue to see gaming grow and thrive, this is something you should be behind. I feel right. I don't play something and just throw it to the side and never look at it again, because I have this nostalgia attached to it. There are memories and moments attached to those games that, you know, for whatever, even if I don't go back and play a game 100% through again, but I'll throw it on, like, damn, I remember when I played this the first time. I'll play a couple of levels or whatever. Like, you know, this is fantastic. And the fact that it's just built into the hardware and it's going to continue to expand, I can't say
not to mention about it. At the core of all this experience is Game Pass. And that's like, you know, people won't try a game out because, you know, obviously it's not in Game Pass, but because, you know, this FPS mode they put in there and people didn't play back on the original Xbox, or they just came into the Xbox ecosystem now, or gaming in general, people forget how many people have literally just started gaming. And then you take into account that, you know, Far Cry comes out every year. So like, you know what was a good game, man? Far Cry 4 was amazing. And they'll go Far Cry 4 and they look at, oh, it's $20. Let me pick this up. Let me try it out. And now because of the extra effort they put into it, they're gonna have a better experience than when I played.
Listen, I told you, you guys know Lord Marlonius, right? So Marley, this is what another one of my close friends, and he's very, when he comes to how he plays games, he refuses to move up to the PS4, Xbox One generation till he gets through his PlayStation 3 library. Like he's in the middle of playing all these bangers from back then that we didn't, that, you know, we played back then, but he was just behind. And when I told him about, and he's not really an Xbox guy, he's always been PlayStation, but he doesn't know about Xbox. He was never engaged with it on that level. When I told him what the Xbox platform is doing in terms of preservation, I'm like, dude, when you get to a certain point, get the newer system. You could skip over certain systems and get the newer one, because even playing the older games, you're going to get an improved experience than you would have gotten on OG hardware. And he's like, really? I'm like, I'm talking about frame rates and stuff like that you're taking for granted right now. You're playing the stuff and you're like, you know, he played Oblivion on PS3, and you know how broken those games were. I mean, they're fixed to a certain extent.
You shouldn't be playing a Bethesda game on a PlayStation.
But there you go.
Anyways.
But there you go, for somebody who's natively on PlayStation all the time. That is what they know. And when I explained to him how broken it was, he's like, you have no idea how broken these games were on this platform. And it's just like, it's one of those things like I hope Sony begins to do that. Obviously, we're getting with PS4 back compat, but the fact that they haven't figured out a real way for the older legacy systems bothers me a little bit, because it's like you're leaving that out there, like, you know, like you don't care about your PS1 games. No, I care about your PS1 games. Like,
no, we get it, but again, it goes to not being in your own bubble. I want to get King in because I know you've been waiting.
Well, real quick, and you can thank, you know, what we were talking about earlier with the competition. If it wasn't for Microsoft really putting a, you know, emphasis on, we want to make sure your games come forward, I guarantee you, but PlayStation
no PS4
backwards compatibility.
Probably not.
Yeah. And because of that innovation that Microsoft was making, Sony's like, yo, we got to compete, man. Like right now we doing good, but if we don't come out there with this, it's gonna look bad next gen. So that's one of the reasons that I'm 100% that, you know, PlayStation has backwards compatibility.
No doubt. Lord King, FPS boost.
Well, I tried what was it, 3 of the games that dropped. I didn't get a chance to try Sniper Elite. I tried the UFC game. I tried some new Lucky Tales, which I absolutely love. I love Lucky Tales. I find it, you know, blasphemous when people say, like, Everborn says they don't have like mascot games, or they don't have these type of games, and maybe they don't have those games for you. I keep hearing people yell, I need Banjo-Kazooie, I need Banjo-Kazooie, I need Banjo-Kazooie. Go play ukulele, it's right there. Try something new, it's there.
I don't co-sign that.
You might really, really fall in love with it, because I really fell in love with ukulele. I was resistant to it. But the
ukulele is a multi-plat, sir.
I don't know. I don't need to play with people. Because like you said, it's in your world.
So it's okay. Microsoft, you know, Microsoft has to make it, but that game, nope, it's fine. Like, don't give me that. They should make a Banjo-Kazooie. Don't
they could, but they don't. So you got to play what's next. You know, listen.
They gotta
listen, I got euphemisms for that. But anyway, how I see things is, it's. Remember, we have revisionist history. You ever played a game and then you go back to it and you're like, oh God.
Yeah, it was fantastic in the moment. Yeah, I mean, nostalgia is something else.
Yes. Drug. See, this is cutting directly into Nintendo's market. Literally, Nintendo will sell you the same game over and over and over and over and over again, and give you minor bumps and boosts along the way, or sometimes none. What this is doing is they, for every generation, like, they upping the frame rate, and I believe it's through the velocity architecture, they're able to do certain techniques, and you're seeing these words that they were using, and you thought it was just buzzwords, but these words are actually having gravitas. They're actually having substance to it. So they're just not just using words.
Remember when people thought smart delivery was a game? It was like, oh, they got it too. It is not always.
No, it's not. You know, you do not have smart delivery. You have dun 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 delivery.
Yo! You know what?
Damn. You know. Damn. So let's keep it a buck. You know. Listen, there's things that's going on over here that you won't understand unless you have it. I saw it. I witnessed it with my eyes. You know what the greatest thing is? Cost me nothing.
Yeah.
They didn't ask anything from me, and the fact that I'm in Game Pass, a lot of you guys, I see views on my timeline, or you're gaming and you're saving money. That's bad. Shut up, boy. I've never heard anything like that. You see, I wouldn't be able to buy statues if I wasn't saving money. If I had to buy 10 to 15 games a month, it would not be a statue here. So I really respect what they're doing and how hard they're working. And yeah, the sample size is small, but they said the same thing with Back Compat. Bill Stillwell and the team gave us Back Compat in small packages, and it just started growing and growing until it's at this little 500 thing and a 600 thing. And your favorite game will one day be in a position to have that boost. Now, one thing that nobody's talking about, auto HDR, is then they gave it to us for free, and you can turn it on and off.
Yes.
They said the same thing with this boost.
Yes.
They're giving you choice. So when the boost is fully implemented into the console, right, with all the games that they have, you'll be able to turn it on or off.
Yes.
This is back to choice. So if you want to play it original broken with the half frames, God bless, say less.
Yeah.
God bless. Yeah.
But if you want to play it in its new entirety, you got the options and choice. And I just feel that this is more and it's champion. And I've seen a lot of channels, YouTube channels, where dudes normally bash Xbox constantly without relent, have to bend the knee. And salute to Jason Ronald and the team for forcing these guys to bend the knee.
Yeah, I'll jump in and make it quick. Look, it's an amazing technique. You know, they're kind of tricking the hardware. I think it's running at the original frame rate. You know, Digital Foundry did an amazing, expose on it. Definitely weird with the 4 games that was chosen specifically, but I guess they want to highlight specific aspects of the boost. And like Addict said, I mean, the value is tremendous. You know, besides Game Pass itself, these games being on there, you got the audio HDR, you got the frame boost, and quick resume. These games also have quick resume. They all part of that. You know, these are. I think what it's doing is it's showing they're utilizing the extra horsepower in creative ways when they didn't have to do that. Like, let's be honest, you know what I'm saying? They didn't have to do that. So to me, to Everborn's point, I'm all about game preservation. That to me is key. These games, like he said, are art. You know, to see these things live on and to be played better is just tremendous. And, you know, again, when you can quadruple a frame rate, I don't care what game it is. You know what I'm saying? When you go from 30 to 120 on a game, you know, it's tremendous. So I'm excited. I want to see more. You know what I'm saying? I've heard from sources inside, you know, that there are definitely more coming. And, you know, it's impressive to see. The last thing I want to see from me, I know Sav will love this. I want Red Dead. I want to see that at 60, hopefully. You know what I'm saying? Now, there's going to be I'm going to bring up one problem that I do see with this. It's not on the fault of Xbox. To me, I think it's, and shout out to Fun Speculation, those guys. I was on Xbox Ultimate and I said it, is that they're going to face some resistance from some publishers, because some publishers are going to say, look, we planning on doing our own remaster or optimization, you know what I'm saying? So don't necessarily turn that joint on, because we got to roll out, you know what I'm saying, marketing wise with that. So Xbox.
Why don't you just say GTA?
I'm just saying. It's
funny because it is GTA and probably Red Dead as well.
Yeah, I just say it's gonna be certain dudes.
Don't PlayStation have a whole budget behind that? Didn't they help finance the new PlayStation 5 GTA 4 remix that you get extra cash credits and they charge you $79.95 for?
There's gonna be certain developers and publishers that definitely are gonna want to do things on their own schedule. So Xbox is gonna be up against wall with that. But for those who do allow it, shout out to the cops going by, it's going to be a situation where you breathe life into a game. You got people playing Sniper, you got people playing Watch Dogs that they not necessarily would have played as a result of this newfound fidelity. That's what I got. Final topic. Solve any super chats. We good.
Yeah, we have Eagles fan 76 $5 super chat. For FPS boost is that play money Xbox has. Instead of the money men putting into their pockets, they are building a brand that respects gaming for all. They're creating, they're truly growing the ecosystem.
Resources that they don't have to use to do this too.
Exactly. They don't have to do it. The Living Flame, $2 super chat. I don't buy old games. Now, where's Demon's Souls?
Unless it's the game I like. Continue.
Jean-Marc Louis, $2 super chat, but they pay $70 for old remasters. No Sips T.
They out here.
I mean, to be fair, Demon's Souls is a brand new rapper. Like it's the same game underneath. But it's a pretty damn rapper, I have to say.
I saw the faces. No.
Actually, I missed one. Yeah, the faces are still a little funny. Corley Dan, $2 super chat. A game as a disposable commodity is ET. Yeah, literally a disposable commodity. You know what?
In a landfill.
A landfill. But you know what? That is where my love of preserving games came from. Because I was 7 years old when we had the video game crash in 1983. And I remember my dad coming to me and said, yo, we're going to this store called Odd Lot. Odd Lot. And he was like, and he said, I have $40. Oh, I have $20. Go get 40 games. I'm like, what the hell? What's going on? So as a kid, you're like, oh my God. And I went and I couldn't even find 40 games that I didn't have. I walked out there with like 30 something games. And I was super excited until he explained to me why it was happening. And I was like, oh my God, this thing that I love, even at 7 years old, is going to die. And I'm like, you know, as a kid, you feel sad, you understand it, then you go back to the 30 games that you have. And
Oh well, they
you're
died.
happy again. You're happy again. But it made me understand a little bit of the business behind it. I was like, no, this can't be. So, I mean, and that's why when I see, it's younger gamers sometimes, a lot of times they're like, oh, I don't care about what, you know, what have you done for me lately? And I don't like that. Like you have to, for me. There's a love and respect you gotta have for it, because
you live my life.
But if you wanted to continue, right? If you wanted to continue, you gotta rep this stuff. I believe.
Yes, addict. Moving on. Let me not. I don't want to get him riled up because he's gonna start yelling at me. I don't want to do that. Look, we gotta move on. Last topic, real quick. This is a quick hitter. You know what I'm saying? Who saw the direct? If you saw it, what you like? Yeah, I know you saw it. We gonna get to it.
It was amazing.
We gonna let's just get it right to you, sir. Did you see it? What you like?
Oh my god, it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. The Zelda that I freaking love.
Woo!
I loved it, and you know, I was an early adopter.
Man, you did
because I got this baby.
Overnight shipping from Amazon.
You know damn well it wasn't no overnight shipping. It still even got the dust on it. I'm gonna tell you, man, when I had the Wii. And I played, you know, the motion games, Wii Sports, like everybody did, and a lot of the games that came out for the Wii, and I loved it. And when I got to the Wii U, I played Skyward Sword over there, you know, because you could put this stuff in. And this is probably one of the only Wii games I still have left. That's, you know, upstairs from my original collection. And I always just wanted Nintendo to, you know, make the game, and I knew when the Switch came out, I was like, that's a perfect thing. And I thought that was gonna be the actions and controls in Breath of the Wild, and it wasn't, and I was kind of disheartened with it because a lot of the stuff that was in Skyward Sword, I saw that was inside Breath of the Wild. You know, mature Link.
Yes.
You know, a lot of the aspects of the game is still, you know, carried over. So they gave birth to this and they refined it and they made Breath of the Wild. I'm not saying that Breath of the Wild isn't a better game than Skyward Sword.
I gotta bend the knee to you, sir. I learned a lot about your game watching that direct, and as you know, I'm always capping for Breath of the Wild. That's the joint for me that made me go switches high and get me back. I didn't know Skyward Sword had was the OG. As far as a lot of implement things that they did with the cape thing, the fly, a lot of things that Skyward Sword did, Breath of the Wild ended up copying. So I had to salute you, and I did not know that. I used to laugh when Attic used to clown us. I used to thought it was funny that he thought it was the worst.
It's a new generation that's going to get a chance to touch this game because it was in 16:9 before. So now you got full screen. You got, you know, high res graphics. I see people going at the price, $59.95. And you know, they're saying for an old game. Well, being that it was the least sold Zelda in Zelda history, it's a new game, right? Everborn, like if you never played it, it's a new game for you.
Hey man, they used to say that was on NBC. If you ain't seen this episode yet, it's new to you.
Exactly. So you know, when a day and age when people is paying $79.99 for a game that they don't know is good, I'm telling you, this is a good game, and it's going to actually use your Switch. I'm going to buy it again for Switch. And shout out to Dan Butchko. We won, baby.
He said we won.
Shout out to Dan.
Dan, I'm not gonna lie. I thought of you the second that I saw the trailer, and I jumped up out my chair. I think I broke my back half because you know how you sitting there in a sedated state, and I'm watching. I said, "Here go another direct, no Skyward Sword," and then I saw the bird. In my heart, and I said, "Oh my God, it's happening! It's happening! Oh my God!" I said, "I gotta be a prophet," because I said
he went straight to Amazon, bought that physical copy.
Okay, well, you know what? I can show you my Amazon purchases. That's a lie. He's a liar, and I told you during the segment. This was for him, and I told you guys, if y'all can go back to it, I said before Breath of the Wild 2 come out, Skyward Sword is coming, and they was like, get out of here. They're not making that game. Nobody cares for your game. Well, obviously, the people have spoken, and it's coming, and it's coming July 16th.
The people definitely didn't
and
speak.
It's coming before a new Metroid.
July 16th, I'm going to be there with bells on. I want to get the whole thing. I want to get the controller.
You can get the Joy-Cons. You get it.
I'm going to get all that stuff. I'm going to support this game to the fullest because I want them to make a Skyward Sword 2 before Breath of the Wild 2.
Oh my God, he going
I'm gonna get a pirate version.
Oh my God. Real quick,
You'll get it on the
Everborn.
Dreamcast.
Oh my God. Quick for time, Everborn.
CD-ROM.
You know, we have the Skyward Sword, man. Go get the Wii.
So I'm King. I'm with you. I never played this game because I skipped the Wii U.
Same here.
So I did not play any of those games on there, and I fully support them releasing these games at full price because none of you mother effers bought them when they was on the Wii U. So go ahead, buy them now, and you're gonna enjoy it. Now, hey. It's Zelda. I'm an unapologetic Zelda stan.
That you're gonna pay more for a game than you did for the Wii. Like you're paying more for the same game.
But is it a Zelda game?
Oh my God.
That's what it matters.
Everborn's world. Everborn's world. Let's go. Greatest gaming franchise of all time. But anyway, I do think that Nintendo is the biggest gangster in all of the gaming industry. Like Nintendo could sell water to a whale and ice in hell, right?
Facts.
Because I'm telling you, I was on a PKT Blam show the other day, and we was talking about this. And we was just like, yo, Nintendo is about, like, they still using 56K modems. They don't even got no online. They about to sell you, you know when you used to do the string with the cup to talk to people and you on the phone? I think they're going to sell that and package it up. And I realized this when they was selling cardboard.
Yeah,
remember they literally sold cardboard, and everybody watches these Nintendo Directs assuming they're going to get Breath of the Wild 2 and they're going to get Metroid and they're going to get anything else.
Let's talk briefly.
What you got? Skyward.
Let's talk briefly on how Homeboy comes out and says, now look, I know you guys think you're getting Breath of the Wild.
I was about to go there. Oh, yo, addict. I was about to go there.
Regardless how I feel about Skyward Sword, it was crazy.
Yes.
The gangster on this.
Yes.
He comes out.
You have to respect it.
I know you guys expect you're gonna get Breath of the Wild. We're gonna give you the worst Zelda ever made.
Yo, that was what's so gangster about it, because the whole situation, everybody's waiting for the producer Zelda to come out. They like, oh, it's lit. We about to get Breath of the Wild too. And he like, yo, I want to apologize off the rip. You're not getting that. We're still working on that. But guess what you're gonna get?
You know how I knew it was bad? Twilight Princess and Ocarina of Time were trending, and Skyward Sword wasn't. Like,
you know,
because people on Twitter were complaining they got the wrong remake. Like, I saw memes that were going through Twitter that it said Zelda fans. I want a Zelda.
The
second was
like,
Zelda
no,
fans.
not this one.
Not this one. But here's the thing.
The best part about it is going to sell.
I'm buying it.
I'm buying it.
But here's the thing: is it really even a remake though? Right? Because it's not. It's the same game.
Yep.
They didn't update the graphics. They didn't do none of that. They did not give it the Link's Awakening treatment.
They want 64.
Yep.
And I'm gonna pay it. I'm not gonna be happy about it.
And you gonna baby me willingly to Nintendo's BS.
Regardless how I feel about Skyward Sword, I like the fact that they did it, because at the end of the day, I would want, you know, more people to experience Zelda than last.
Yeah.
So
Soft thoughts on the gangsterness.
it just could have been a collector's edition, not this stuff.
It's just so funny to me, man, because like sometimes King says things that I feel are outlandish, and they just come to be. They come to pass.
It's like he clowns them into existence.
I'm like, oh Jesus! But I'm gonna tell you, I bought Skyward Sword on the Wii. It was very late. And I was super impressed with the Wii Motion Plus controls. Wii Motion Plus took Wii controls to another level.
Yes,
like Wii Motion Plus was really like basically 1-to-1. And that did something very special for that game that we really hadn't seen on Connect. We hadn't seen that. But I didn't finish the game. So of course I'm copping because that's because it's on the Switch.
Four people on this panel copping. So How you doing?
And people are hitting me up saying you guys need to do a debate show. No, like, I'm not gonna sit here debate. Like if you want a debate show, listen to any of the other times we've argued about it. We don't need a 2-hour podcast.
But I mean, honestly, for the rest of the show, like for me personally, a lot of it was light. But I do. I mean, obviously, the Square Enix, the sequel to sort of Octopath Traveler is gonna. I mean, people going bonkers for it. I heard the demo is good.
It's pretty much like a Final Fantasy Tactics spiritual successor.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep.
Like the soundtrack sounded like Tactics.
Exactly, it did, and I know people gonna go bonkers for that. Any Mario sports title usually sells very well.
That Mario gonna go crazy.
It's gonna go crazy. So I was less kind of excited for Splatoon 3.
Yeah, me too.
I just not, you know.
What I thought was funny is they came out there. This is what we're gonna have for the next 6 months.
Yeah,
the biggest games in the direct were
and
like
it's 2022.
2022, yeah.
And then Fall Guys coming to
huge.
It's coming to Xbox at the same time.
Yeah, shout out to Xbox.
And you know what's funny, King? I forgot. Someone reminded me. You have to play Fall Guys, so I guess we'll have to wait for the Xbox version.
Yes, sir.
And then my personal little favorite, Outer Wilds coming to the Switch.
Let me get my balls up. Look, I'm with you, so I'm literally everything you said. Like, Direct's kind of mid for me. You know what I'm saying? I didn't, obviously the Triangle Story. I'm like. You stupid. Who's next? Anyway, oh wow! Shout out to Gamer by Choice. Thank you, ILP and Everborn Saga, for one of the most amazing game discussions I have ever experienced. Salute Lords and guests. #gaming is for everyone. Gamer by Choice 29. Thank you. Brother.
Shout out to Gamer by Choice. That dude has been with us since day one.
First of all, y'all in here for us. We in 4 hours of a podcast.
340.
400.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
We blaming Everborn for his amazing story.
I was thinking to myself, I was like, man, I can't really say nothing about being here for 4 hours because I missed like an hour last week.
Yeah, you got to put in that OT. But look,
I knew he was going to do this. I knew it was going to go this way. And I just respect the fact that Everborn has such a rich content, and I'm sorry, brother, but I gotta really salute everything about you. Your grind 100% that you're gonna pull yourself up all the way through. And
I gotta respect the fact that you diverted a little bit of the podcast away from King really going extra on this.
Yeah. So let me finish. But like at the end of the day, like I said, the Final Fantasy joint, I know for Addict that was for him. I got my eye on that. For me, Ninja Gaiden Master Collection, I'm like, okay. Surprise. I didn't expect that coming.
It's on Xbox.
Yes.
Let's get it a real resolution.
Now the stuff that I didn't care about, but I'm in the same position. So there's stuff I didn't care about, but I know it's gonna be bonkers. That Monster Hunter is crazy. That's gonna do.
That look good,
and it look good. You know what I'm saying?
Look good.
I'm not a Monster Hunter guy, but I know that's gonna do crazy. Mario Golf, they got speed.
Wait, is it me, Addict, or does Nintendo get the most out of Capcom's Monster Hunter on whatever console they put it on?
They do.
I mean, Monster Hunter was so big on the
3DS.
I think
PSP. I think handheld's crazy for Monster Hunter.
I think they used to get it really cheap, but I don't think. I think they have to really pay for it now because when Monster World came out and Capcom saw that multi-plat money, they're like, Nintendo, you're gonna have to back the truck up now.
For me, I'm gonna pull an Addict. It wasn't really anything for me per se. This direct. But I'm sitting there and I'm like, they're gonna dominate again. And I'm like, this lineup seems so mid to me.
And there was so many people on Twitter like, oh, this is mid, the worst. And I'm laughing.
And I'm laughing. I'm like, watch the
I actually thought it was okay. I thought it was.
I thought it was great.
Yeah, it just depends on what's for you. Like, it depends on what's for you.
I thought it was the most amazing direct that they had.
Now it's coming in hot.
And I don't know why I'm not coming in hot.
All right, you got
to. That's the only reason.
On the screen.
It's on the screen for you.
Since this whole segment was on, it should have been on because ain't no time do I ever cap for anything about these dudes. But on God and them, they have come in hot and they're gonna win this generation.
I ain't feeling you trying to jump on the team.
No, I'm feeling the last generation because they got a last generation console.
They walked into that
technically the Switch is like the Xbox Series X and PS5 generation.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. They
Everborn,
win that one.
You said they telling me they walked into what? Everborn?
No. I was just saying I found this whole thing so hilarious. They walked in to the Nintendo Direct. They was like, you wanted Breath of the Wild too? Take this $60 and we're gonna give you.
And they were like, oh, you wanted to learn about Metroid, Super Metroid?
Plus tax.
Plus tax.
It's like, oh yeah, we were supposed to show you Bayonetta.
Oh yeah. Then they're like, hold these Joy-Cons too.
Hold these Joy-Cons too. And you know what's crazy? They're gonna do it. And then the last thing I want to say, like I said, the Fall Guys gonna change the game. You already know. Built that's perfect for that system. Apex Legends crossplay on Switch.
That's kind of crazy.
And then I didn't think Splatoon was ready. Like Splatoon 3 already for next year. It's gonna be crazy. The last point, I gotta give it up to my boy King though, because again, I'm gonna be real. I'm a fraud with Skyward Sword. I don't know anything about the game. All I just see is my man rant and rave about this game. I'm not gonna front at it.
Yeah, he didn't know that was the origins. Of
It's the origin of the.
Yeah, it's the first Zelda story. It is.
And he's a adult, and the graphics looked good to me. So
I mean, the majority of the Zeldas, he's been an adult.
But the art style, Everborn, I understand what I'm saying. The art style,
you need to play Twilight Princess.
Okay,
that's the darkest Zelda ever made.
This joint look like.
I'm trying to get him away from that. We ain't talking about that.
Like I said, to me, it reminded me, because being that it had a lot of the abilities that I love from Breath of the Wild. So I'm like, oh, this is like the Rakim to my Nas. Like, I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I see what King talking about. And they got the joint for the standstill. If you got a standstill, then you got a light. And you don't got the joint, they got the button control joint for you. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, I might be in on this. Yo, I'm embarrassed to say. I'm like, yo, I'm kind of liking this joint. I'm like, they got me again for an old game. This is crazy. But yeah, man, salute to them. You know, they're gonna kill it. I just had to put it out there. Salute to King. He got his wish. The realm is happy. Let's get up out of here.
Dan Butchko. Yeah, July 16th, you on the show, brother?
Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it, yo.
I'm probably gonna be playing on the show while we playing like this.
Yo, salute to everybody rocking. We gotta get out of here, man. This was bonkers today. New LordsOfGaming.net poll is up right now, so y'all can vote. Make sure you go to LordsOfGaming.net. Yeah, check that out, man. It is up right now. New poll. So with the recent announcement of the Series X/S FPS boosting the frame rate of older games, which aspect of Xbox backward compatibility program do you appreciate the most? The choices are A, FPS boost, release the frames. B, auto HDR on games that didn't exist. C, quick resume instantly back into the action on multiple titles. Or D, I don't care about old games unless it's a remaster that I like. Shout out to all the people. It's up right now. Go to lordsofgaming.net. That's where the polls are. Please vote. Support the polls, man. We love to do them and have fun. And, of course, we have to salute probably one of the longest ILPs in the history of ILP.
Yes,
but for good.
If you exclude, like, our E3 shows,
like,
this is like, because the return to like the podcast right after E3, those are normally like 3.5 hours long.
Facts.
But like besides that,
This
we
is like
never
5
went that
This
long.
was we never did this
This
before,
is out
but
of
this
control.
was for a good cause, and we gotta salute the brother, the Everborn Saga, New York's finest, entrepreneur spirit, just doing it all, man, just doing it all, and really inspiring. Incredible journey, incredible story, perseverance, dedication to his craft. Like I said, ILP, we love to support stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Brother, where can people find you? And what can they have to do to support your movement?
All right. So first of all, you can find me at Everborn Saga on Twitter. You can catch me on Instagram and Facebook at The Everborn. And you can go to EverbornSaga.com where you can get shirts like the one I got on and posters like you see in the back there and all our books there. And every book that you order from us comes shipped and signed by me with a letter. And please, everybody, do me a favor. Check out the Kickstarter link.
Just put it up there for you. I just put it up.
You put it up there, and for posterity, it's at the top of everbornsaga.com. You can click on it. We got 73 people watching. I thank everybody that clicked on it. Please click on it. We want to get to 100 before launch day, which is next week. So if you could just click it, don't even worry about it. Just it don't cost you anything to click. It just helps us out with the algorithm. And again, I want to thank you guys so much, my brothers. You guys got me me back into gaming. Thank you for having me here. Shout out to everybody. EverbornSaga.com. I really appreciate you guys. And also shout out to Corey, Deborah, Andy, and James. All of those guys ordered while I was on the show.
Oh, salute.
Your books will be shipped out today. You will have them this week. So, and that's how we do it here. We do instant shipping. So just check it out. All orders get fulfilled immediately. So I thank everybody again, and we got a lot of stuff coming. So I hope you stick with us on this ride, and thank you for riding with us so far. And again, thank you for having me on.
You already know, brother. Pleasure to do it, man. Love the movement, love the energy, love the art style, what you represent, you know what I'm saying, positive brother in the community, doing it the right way, and just, like I said, the talent speaks for itself, so it's only a matter of time, and like I said, once you get closer to release and the project again, you know, we'll bring you back, and we'll do this thing again, you already know, so salute to you, salute to the energy, Delilah HD, everybody showing love, man, that's what's up, good to see y'all in the chat. Lord Addict, putting in his extra hour that he missed.
I told you I was there last year. Look, first off, I want to appreciate Everborn for coming on. I'm gonna put the direct link to his Kickstarter. There's 281 people in here. You can easily get this man above 100.
Please,
click on
come on, Lords.
You can't use the fact that if you don't have a Kickstarter, you can't use that. You could log in with your Facebook, with your Google. Go in there and follow this. Show them how ILP's community rolls.
Facts.
First off, I want to point out that I did make a video. I'm gonna do a little self-promotion, man. Definitely go check that out. It is a video on my thoughts on this. We didn't have enough time to talk about it because of the, we had a longer show today. But it's my opinions on this rumored Bethesda event coming in next month. We'll probably talk about that next week. But definitely want to appreciate everyone for coming in. You guys came in, I mean, we was like 40 strong this week. You guys always show up every week. I definitely want to appreciate it. We have a very bright guest list for you guys, and I can't even describe to you. Today we're not going to say anything, but we got a good one confirmed for today. I'm not going to spoil who it is, but and it start.
Come on, 6ix9ine, stop.
I'm not gonna say it. I was like, it started with Laser Cord, and it's like I told you, it's nothing but uphill from there on. I appreciate everyone for coming.
Try to purchase the book right now, and they like, give me your CVC code. I'm like, man, I gotta get upstairs. Because I was looking, I was gonna buy each book separate, but then the one is sold out. The first one is sold out, so I can only get part 2. Then I get the Ultimate Edition. I get 1 and 2. So I'm just gonna, pick up a couple.
One other thing I forgot to say. And I saved this for today. We are launching Chapter 3 today. I wanted to do it, line it up with the show. Okay. So you see 1 and 2 there now. By this evening, you will see Chapter 3 up. It's available now. We got the prints in earlier last week. So Chapter 3 will be up later today.
Is Everborn's a digital version available as well?
Digital versions are available for 1 and 2 on Amazon. And with the Kickstarter, we'll have digital versions of everything. There's a tier where you get 1, 2, 3, and the new one, Ariel's Adventure.
No doubt. We're going to support, bro.
You got me 5 seconds.
I'm in there. I've been there. Attic, you finished? You got your bars off?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, no doubt.
Lord, I appreciate King for trying to come at me with that Skyward sword. He didn't expect me to pull the okey doke, man. I'm grateful that it came out, man. He didn't expect me to pull that.
No. I wasn't coming for you. Nintendo did. They just heard me.
They heard he was blaspheming.
They heard smart
Grandpa
business.
Nintendo strikes again.
They said, you know what? Smart business. That's smart business. They looking for this, but we're gonna give them this. You want hamburgers, but we're gonna give you steak.
Pong, much love. He said, Stella, you guys rocked with us the whole 4 hours.
Thank you, brothers. I do appreciate it. Even through the Nintendo slander, because
we did drop like 70 viewers on Nintendo stuff.
Just saw when I did this in the beginning, y'all was like, I gotta stick around.
No kid go into it. Lord Soft, who's gonna get some work from wifey.
That's fine, but she's chilling, so she's good.
Famous last words. Continue.
So big shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Like it just keeping engaged. Like it's freaking amazing, man. Freaking amazing. And then Forte, you guys really doing God's work for our podcast. Jesus, no doubt. Thank you. And also big shout out to Arc AD with the $2 super chat. Thank you for the support.
Thank you.
what can I say, Lord Everborn? I'm gonna tell you, I've been proud of us as a podcast on many occasions, many occasions. Never more proud than when we can have content creators that look like us, that come from where we came from, that come on here and show that despite challenges you can have growing up, and you can have your head above water, and even beyond that, do much more than that. So I'm especially partial to people that come from where we come from, and then what we live through, and understand, like, especially when you talk about a situation like with the law and stuff like that, where at the drop of a hat, the entire course of your life can change.
Facts.
Yes, sir.
Through no fault of your own. That is the reality that we've grown up with. So to see somebody get away from that like we did, and to thrive in the way that you've thrived, it does my heart good, brother. Like, it really does my heart good. I love everything you're doing. I guarantee you the Lords will be there every step of the way with you supporting.
Thank you.
It's absolutely fantastic to see what you're doing. Sky's the limit, man. Sky's the limit.
Yeah,
so happy.
Well said, Solid. Make me cry, tear up. You know what I'm saying? Because he from the town. You know what I'm saying? But besides he from the town, I think the reason why, like, I love these type of shows is because at the end of the day, for anyone from any town can relate. You know what I'm saying? They can relate to that, and it's just good to see. And I don't care if this gets less than the normal views in it where we had some other guest on, because these are the stories that need to be heard. You know what I'm saying? These are the journeys we gotta celebrate as content creators. It's not all about a hot view all the time. Sometimes you gotta educate and learn. And this brother really put in the work and has been through adversity and is still here with a tremendous concept, a tremendous vision. So love on that, King. What you got for us, brother?
You gonna show
Everborn. It's funny how I mentioned Black Sands and you was like, yo, you understand? So when you said your heritage, you know, you said your father came here, had nothing.
Boy, I got the red eye. You got the red eye for the and eyes. Oh, he was talking that West Indian.
And he had to sleep, you know, on the train.
He hit me with the bags, though. He hit me with the pack of bags.
And your father had to grind up, and you come from a Jamaican household where not too many people understand. People from other countries that come here, they had a huge disadvantage from the beginning. And then once they bring their seed here, they bring their brood, you know, they have to train them up. I know you know what I'm saying.
I know exactly what you're saying.
You say your father was watching, he'll have a carpenter or somebody come over and he'll watch him and he'll pay him. And he said, this is firsthand knowledge, because he's going to learn the tricks of the trade right here. And he's going to never have you back, but we're going to work, and I'm going to teach my son this, and he's going to get these lessons. And they gave you the starter kit. They gave you your Sega with the 2 games. They said, that's enough for you. You want more, you got to go earn that. And they didn't impede you from working, because
they taught me how to fish.
Yes,
right?
Yes, that's right. They gave you a fishing pole and said, get up out of here. You know, don't come back until your belly full.
Preach.
And you went and you pack bags. I mean, that literally speaks, you know, directly to me, right? And that hustling, you say, you know, shoveling snow and you know, doing this and you work
goddamn bathroom at the taxi base. I had nightmares about that today.
Remember that? Sir.
Yes.
We was doing housekeeping. You remember?
Yes, we were doing housekeeping. I understand walking into a bathroom with exploded diarrhea, hitting the wall, and I'm saying, how did you get your butt? How
did that end up on the wall?
I don't get it how it got to the ceiling. And I gotta finish this, and I gotta clean this, and I gotta make this pristine, because this is my job, and I gotta take pride in it. And then, you know, the seed coming, and then the unfortunate situation that happened with you helping a brother get to a situation, and you grabbing yourself by your bootstraps and saying, this is not my demise, this is my rise. This is my rise. You are at a place, brother, right now. You're not at the pinnacle, you're at the mountain. And you're about to climb to that mountaintop, brother. I'm going to support you 100%. You're going to see.
Thank you, sir.
You know, I don't lead by words, I lead by actions.
Facts.
All right. And I do appreciate everything that you said today, and everything about you amplifies what our community is and should be. A father,
yes,
a husband, an animal lover,
Right.
Yeah,
a
king with that one.
gamer.
Yeah.
That's a hard worker and that's a positive beam of light in this community. And I do appreciate you giving us all your time and all your effort. And all the accolades is your way. It's coming your way, brother. I do appreciate everything about you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, good sir.
Yes, sir. A long one, but like I said, well worth it. And again, tremendous story, man. We love this type of stuff. Again, we're gonna see you succeed, brother. You will be back. You know what I'm saying? And of course, you know what I'm saying?
Anytime you need to tag somebody in
Tag
or
him in.
whatever, just hit me up, man. I listen to you guys every Sunday, so I'm available whenever you need me.
No doubt. And these are the stories we love to support, man. Look, a great one, everyone. Look, enjoy your Sunday. We rocked with us so long, but we appreciate it. Anybody got anything else before we get up out of here? It's gonna be a fun month. Stay tuned for a lot of things from the Lords. We got 2 giveaways going on up there. Check it out. If you want that Mass Effect, you want that Resident Evil, please check that out. That's all I got, y'all. Y'all been fantastic. Humbled to see y'all still up in here. This is crazy. On that note, we out of here.
One more.
I can't even get out.
We got AKW with the £5 super chat. Speak, King, speak. I'm from the Bahamas and I live in England now and I work my arse off to get where I am now. It's good. Yo, you know we're going late. When I get the prompt for weapon wheels.
Yeah, you know we're going shout out to Pong again for the kind words. KSI to you, everybody. Hustle and Motivate from the big. Hustle and Motivate was in there in the pre-show.
Please go out and buy that book.
Yo,
he has the ultimate edition of.
Yes.
He has $5 off.
One.
So just go up there, man. $15.99.
Yeah.
The shipping and handling is there. Comes out to $20. We go find $20 in the couch cushions.
Yeah, exactly.
$20. Don't go purchase no game,
How drunk
no
are
place.
you guys getting that you're having $20 in your couch cushion?
Yeah, well, I mean, I find $20. But hey now, do me this favor. Do me this favor.
Yeah, hit that.
Go to that site, man. Y'all, if y'all in the earshot of this, man.
Yeah.
Just go purchase it. Keep it because it's gonna be valuable.
Exactly.
I sign everything, and I will say even more than that. Please check out this Kickstarter because everything is there, and to me, the Kickstarter is the beginning of it. Once you got one successful Kickstarter, it moves to another one, and it allows us to build and grow. So right now. Everything I've been doing all of these years has been leading up to this moment, this Kickstarter, and then that Kickstarter will hopefully lead to the next one and the next one, and we will grow together. I'm trying to build a community around Everborn. So again, I thank everybody who's going to come on this ride with me.
You already know. You already heard it from the Everborn himself. Let's get up out of here. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. We out of here. Peace.
Time to eat.